Hello， 我看一下看这个每次都觉得，他怎么没有更新？刚刚有一个感谢追随，不过名字去哪？看一下，重新整理。那还是没有整理出来。看一下哦，应该找到记录了。这应该是汉语拼音吧？我不太会念，我确认一下。好像是荒弄55，对，终于找到找到怎么念，找到久。好了，那今天就是要跑活动，我把它全部积到最后一天才结，因为我看了一下，它是经营，它跟之前是差不多的走法，所以经营类模式，我想说就一次跑到底，我不想经营到一半跟我说要隔天再继续，我受不行，我受不了，我要一次跑到完，所以就这样，我们就要跑活动，然后我的2个每日任务的。2个每日任务的后续刚好都接到了，所以我这次也会一直跑掉。那我为什么今天会停在这里呢？事情是这样的，我今天意外看到一个东西是于贝尔，你这家伙他妈什么时候多了2本新书了？他叫斐伦埃里。本书又称《热恋中的赫雷贝里》，出版作者自称改编自坎瑞亚家喻户晓的传奇故事，但事实上已经没有人可以佐证了。现在已经是数代人的集体创作。你加油，我剩6小时能睡，晚安，快去睡吧。好好休息，感谢，淼淼，拜拜。
It's up to me to decide who I want to be, and to cut my own path. No one can tell me what to do. Investing too much emotion puts you at risk of doing something around.
这是一个特别古老时代的故事，没有家禽和鸟类还没有分开。 照亮地下王国的是赤月，而不是后来的黑日。赤月跟黑日。安吉丽卡。让菲亚克先生，让菲亚克是卡尔英戈德，他是雅各布英戈德的养父吗？王泽先生，云老先生，这个注是在哪？哦，但是古时璃月的人并不会这样取名。如今想来，他的名字应该是妙音女或天王奴，就是出版是写作黑狼。根据坎瑞亚考古中得知，应该是炼金造物的一种。赤月王朝时期，炼金术与驯兽骑士乃是中流砥柱，但是在黑日王朝时期，因机械工学兴起而没落。还有这一段事情。提范骑士的统领雅尔伯里奇。赫雷贝里是抛弃自己的神明，来到王国的族民后裔。而你，北伦埃里，你是流浪之来人，所以你没有这种诅咒。我是从命运中挣脱的自由。等他再次看到哦，感觉可以之后再看得详细。不过这倒是揭示了一点新。先去做第一件事，先去处理一下委托时间到了。
Add Astro。
那今天就是先从一个男孩的去信开始。我这次去那个，讲来也觉得蛮烦的。为了确认，每次去看那些鸽子，先杀了鸽子，再去跟提米道歉，然后再接到鸽子一去不复返，然后连续这个动作好几遍，没有看过一次鸽子被抓走。鸽子，你快点被抓走啊！于是我这次终于遇到了鸽子被抓走了，还留下了一封信。杜拉夫，也不知道那孩子怎么样了？怎么了？你来真是很好。你还记得上次那封信吗？如果你有空的话，帮我把这封信交给葛瑞斯修女吧。为什么要我去？出于上次那种意外，我怎么敢用鸽子来送信呢？而且如果我自己去送信到蒙德城，一定会遇见那孩子。 那你就别追问了，这封信就交给你了，交给葛瑞斯修女。对啊，它是自动侦测我的眼睛太小。奇怪，怎么还没来？难道是出了什么事？这是杜拉夫给你的信。怎么是你送来？平时不都是鸽子？鸽子出意外了，清泉镇真是天天都在发生意外。谢谢你们把信送过来，请稍等我一下，我去准备谢礼。关于这封信，您看过了吗？没关系，这并不是什么重大的秘密。用杜拉夫先生说的话，这些都是陈年旧事。只不过这些陈年旧事我们永远也忘不了。这些陈年旧事究竟是……你想听吗？好吧，你是一个值得信任的人。不过，但是您也要保证，人们把这件事情说出去。我保证，提米的父亲和杜拉夫先生是很好的朋友，他们一起狩猎，一起喝酒，一起到处惹麻烦。不知道被骑士团警告了多少次，也不知道被维多利亚修女训诫过了多少次。直到提米出生，提米的父亲才收敛了起来。他甚至还戒了酒，认真工作赚钱，还说老爹要给儿子做个榜样才行。然后他嚷嚷着不要给提米做坏榜样，磨得杜拉夫先生也把酒给戒了。实在忍不住的时候，他们就一个劲的给自己灌苹果酿，但偶尔我也会和他们一起去喝一点。但他们一次狩猎出了意外，提米的父亲受了很重的伤，虽然马上就送了过来，我们也全力治疗，但是他很不幸的，他还是过世了。那之后，杜拉夫先生就拜托我照顾提米，他回去清泉镇继续做猎人。他每年都会寄信和钱过来，但却一直不肯见提米。不过最近他一直说要把真相告诉提米，他到底经历了什么？不可能瞒一辈子。是啊，我知道，但提米还是个孩子。但是我坚持，他应该有个快乐的童年。这样的话，无论他以后遭受怎样的痛苦折磨，至少还有美好的回忆能给他安慰。不过提米也在长大，想的事、问的问题也越来越多，我已经越来越难面对这孩子了。诺拉说，之前提米一直拉着他到处跑，说要给自己的父亲筹备礼物，还要寄信过去。但最近提米总是闷闷不乐，还总是发呆。如果你有空的话，能帮我去看看提米吗？为什么你不自己去？实在不好意思，虽然嘴上已经说得很清楚了，不是会告诉提米真相，但每次听见那孩子说要写信给父亲时，我都会突然心软。我真怕我哪一天忍不住把真相都告诉他，但绝对不行。所以请你去帮我看看提米吧。
It's not so much the rain that bothers me, but the mud. It's always such a pain to wash it out of my clothes. If you really like standing around like this, then why don't you just model for me?
一点消息也没有，你在做什么？我在给爸爸写信。格瑞斯妈妈说，如果爸爸有空就会用鸽子寄信过来，但我等到现在连一封信都没有收到。也许爸爸工作太忙了，我就想，既然爸爸太忙，那我就写一封信给他了，里面再送点礼物。可是带什么礼物好呢？对了，用蒲公英吧。格瑞斯妈妈说蒙德人都喜欢蒲公英。如果你有空的话，能帮我找点蒲公英吗？我知道了。哦，谢谢你，你偶尔也挺好心的嘛。找到蒲公英了吗？找到了，太好了，这些就够了。把蒲公英籽放进信里，然后封好。好啦，嘿嘿，爸爸收到这封信肯定会很开心。不过我听说送信要用专业的信鸽才行，而且我也不知道爸爸的收信地址。对了，听说 我听葛瑞斯妈妈说，金泉镇的杜拉夫先生养了一批信鸽，而且他说杜拉夫先生还认识我爸爸，他一定知道怎么把信寄出去。那就再拜托你帮我跑一趟，把这封信交给杜拉夫先生，要拜托他寄给我爸爸。还有不许偷看。事情是这样的，你说不许偷看，那我就一定得看。不是啊，他也不给我看。封得紧紧的信封里面包含了信件、墨水字、蒲公英、爱，还有缥缈的希望。在信封开启之前，这一切都会保持完好。不过听葛瑞斯妈妈说，杜拉夫先生也和爸爸一样工作很忙，是不是等我长大了之后也会和他们一样呢？哎呀，也没关系，只要能帮上爸爸一点忙，忙一点也好。时至今日，我终于把这个任务解完了。你把信送过去了吗？这是提米要寄给他爸爸的信。提米寄给他爸爸的信，你也应该从格瑞斯修女那边听说了。这封信是寄不出去的。我来保管。你保管要来做什么？你不会是想，也许我的那位老朋友没死。只要你游历的地方够多，也许还能遇见他。我也曾经和你想的一样，甚至还付诸了行动，但是最终我还是认清了现实，那位老朋友永远离开了我而去。好了，这封信就放在我这，就全当他已经寄出去了吧。我的那位老朋友一定会理解我的。谢谢你，请务必向提米保密，你一定做得到的，对吧？至少看在这些谢礼的份上。你好，亲爱的。然后再来是编辑部的一直线，这边也算是终于结束了，过了好久好久，所以这边会多一个任务，我终于要把它解掉了，我要吐了。
Thank you for
正极与阿茂，我构思是这样：身怀绝技的忍者用各种绝技潜藏在敌方的堡垒，偷取自己想要的情报。哎，那你准备给这个忍者准备多少绝技？这当然是依照情况而定啦。也就是说，你完全没想好这件事吧？没关系，要是先把设定写死了，那后面的剧情也不好展开了嘛。你又来了，要是你不定好这些设定，写着就会乱七八糟的。我有自己的创作方式，故事当然会要以剧情为重，怎么能被设定束缚呢？你这观点也太不负责任！我说你啊，你们在说什么呢？哦，是你啊！我正在构思一部以忍者为主题的小说呢。可是阿茂又觉得我的构思不好了。我没有觉得你的构思不好，我是说你要脚踏实地，在动笔之前先把设定全部定下来。不行，我才不要写那一大堆设定，再根据设定来想剧情，这样太死板了。剧情是小说里最重要的东西，小说里的一切都必须为剧情服务，设定也是。你们两个停一下。 算了，这次虽然我肯定说服不了你，无论你怎么说，我也不会放弃我的创作原则。真是旅行者，既然你来了，不如你来判断一下这件事吧。我要怎么判断？你只需要在这里顺即听说他最新构思的那一段剧情，再根据你自己的判断来想想他笔下的那位忍者该如何行动，这样就能让顺吉这家伙见识到不写好设定就开始写剧情的后果了。哼，这样也好，旅行者，这样就拜托你了。我等一下就把故事讲给你听，你就根据自己的想法来判断吧。然后让阿茂这家伙看看没有设定束缚的故事到底有多有趣。我们快点开始吧。那我们现在就开始吧，旅行者。我要写的这段剧情是一个忍者独自潜入敌方的堡垒，准备偷取重要的情报。嘿嘿，旅行者，你准备好扮演忍者了吗？这名忍者已经做好了一切的准备，悄悄地潜入了堡垒之中。怎么还有秘境？进入堡垒之后，按照一切行动，还有一个假树在旁边等着。忍者发现前方有敌人驻守，但是
Let's get down to business. Burst forth. My blade. Very. More. Finally, no.
绕不过去的时候，打倒敌人也不是一种选择。也许地板的那个，蔬菜至少不是空手而归了。不得不说，您的搜查功夫真像一个警惕的忍者。除了情报之外，拿来人物设定啊。所以我们只需要像平常一样探索，就可以毁掉它的剧情吗
？Let's get down to business. How's this?
I am the cutting edge of fashion.
The fairy. The fairy. No.
我想重新来一次。他自跑太快了，我没有看太仔细。这位忍者非常警惕。 就在一棵假树的旁边。哦，原本是决定要绕过他们，然后我们也是可以直接打。
My blade! Burst forth! Ha! Ha! Boom! Finally! No.
嗯？小细模型制作，感谢追随。原来还有注意到旁边有东西的这一段剧情，完全没有发现。
Delicate as silk.
嗯，到底是一位忍者，还是一名来报仇的武士？他说里面啥都没有了。哦，所以这里其实有一个机关。成功拿到了，可以回去复命。打探一下具体 情报剧情内容是什么？我还没想好。总之，忍者已经获得了重要情报。现在他准备要离开了。
Come into being.
Scraps of color. Scatter.
Finally,
我为什么要把忍者写这么难打？忍者已经打倒了所有敌人，他现在已经打倒所有敌人，他认真的要走了。我设定的忍者怎么这么难打？他很能打。哎，好了，故事就到此结束。我从来没有这么累过。这故事真有这么复杂吗？这就是你不事先设定的下场，没有设定的束缚，故事里面的所有元素都会乱七八糟撞来撞去。在这种情况下，你对故事根本没有任何掌控力，无论写什么剧情都会把自己累个半死。哎，我已经没有力气和你争了。旅行者，谢谢你做出的判断，这些判断让我受益匪浅。这些谢礼请您收下，我等会儿要陪自己继续写小说，设定和剧情到底哪个比较重要呢？但至少有了个结局。哎，总算是解完了。我到期的那个声望也终于结束了，会走那么长。好久不见，真的好久不见！我真的没想到我会再来找你。哎，结束，恭喜恭喜恭喜我自己！哎，那这样我接下来每日要去哪？然后再来是，哎，开始活动啦。先调个白天。用签字好了。改良药剂，满足一定的条件可以使用资金改良完成炼制的药剂。改良药剂会提高药剂的售价，但不会改变药剂的功效和特征。常规制药，放入药剂可以使药剂获得无生命等5种功效数值，完成炼金时数值最高的一种功效将决定药剂的类型和品阶。药剂共分成初中高特4个品阶，品质会影响售价的基础因素。功效未达到下一个品阶的部分将会转化成加0至加10的药剂等级，使药剂售价提升。超过100%的调和率，使用华丽的瓶子或者发生幸运收获也会提升药剂等级。好的，好的。我看一下，来看一下这周的特报。在这里。热爱冒险的人，热爱战斗的，要在发明全新的菜品，更希望增长更好的。我看看，这样应该是智慧跟力量其中一种，先从力量开始。 普普通通工装，力量跟结束经营中。嘿嘿，这次的销售成果还不错，我们再好好努力，争取大大成功。持久跟正经，棱角分明的药剂平行，如同方方正正的水滴。对于宝贵的炼金药剂而言，的确每一滴都不能浪费，可以略微提升药剂的品质。所有特殊瓶体提供增益效果相同。对，就这样。这个熟悉的音效是怎样？不同药材还带有温度、持久等10种特征。投入2份或以上对应的药材，就可以获得带有特殊特征的药剂。起初只有2种。初级敏捷药材，听起来几乎每一种都可以增吧，改良。对，改良。这个 OK， 改良完成，这样子放上去应该会比较好。一货难求，哎呀哈！这次的销售真漂亮，我们大赚了一笔。 妙妙新品，高酒设计的药剂瓶体采用新型的设计，据说无论装着什么颜色的药剂，都能给顾客带来愉快的观感。初级生命药剂，若药剂最高功效两种皆属于同一种品阶，就可以达到一定的水准时，就会呈现复合药剂。复合药剂兼具两种功效，虽然售价不会提升，但往往可以符合市场需求，销量也不错。纯力量还蛮好玩。奔跑速度极快，因权镇的杜拉夫先生开始召集猎人，狩猎一头奔跑速度极快的野猪王。蒙德的学者挖到了一块古代石碑，正在尝试解读上面的资讯。我刚刚买的什么？瓶子，这个宁静水湾瓶，设计巧妙的药剂瓶体，采用了长颈瓶的独特设计。据说这种瓶型的被设计师比作宁静的水湾。 掌握叠放药材的技巧后，每次可以有部分可以重叠。首先是速度吧。好像人换雷变成一个女人跟一个小孩。华丽宝石瓶。窄口宽体的药剂瓶体，大量直线交织的外观如同一颗大型的宝石，可以给顾客格外华丽的观感。
Have a question for me, cutie? Well, if
哇，Lisa 就这样坐在这。哎呀，有点供不应求，但是有点，这次销售成果不错，我们再加油努力一下。啦啦，它这个背景是不是跟之前是一样？我总觉得有点像。我记得我之前都有留下来，放到哪里去了？枫丹、璃月、蒙德，不一样，不太一样。两位骑士您好呀，听说你正在协助丽莎小姐经营骑士团的炼金店铺，店长说我们也算蒙德城里做生意的同行。作为猎鹿人的老顾客，经常光顾我们的生意，为表感谢，猎鹿人在此给你力所能及的支援。协助您和炼金店铺尽快扩大营业规模，造福更多顾客，请务必收下这笔支援资金，祝您一切顺利。丽莎，都营收目标达成，工作完成的很棒哦，小可爱们，请让部下给我们提供了新的支援资金，收好啦。无限圆滑的药剂瓶体，如同胖胖的猫头。喜欢可爱事物的顾客很容易被这种瓶体所吸引住。这样总算买完了。 智慧。收集的生命智慧药剂。然后有一点起来。哦， 组合也太少，
Hey, what's up?
这组合也太少见了吧？
It's been a while.
Oh, Beto and Yula! Wait, you two know each other?
是少见的组合呢。
Well, we haven't known each other long, but we hit it off right away. Guess it was meant to be.
I met Captain Beto at Dornman Port. She was here in Mondstadt to buy some supplies, and I offered to accompany her around the area.
Wow. Yula taking the initiative and making friends? Did Paimon hear that right?
Given that the two of us just met, I wouldn't go so far as to call us friends just yet. I was just being hospitable, as is expected of a knight.
Huh? Oh, I thought we were getting along pretty well. You're telling me you were just being polite?
Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I just thought that after my blunder earlier, you probably wouldn't want to be my friend.
Come on, it was just a little misunderstanding, that's all. You're still beating yourself up about that? Honestly, I'd forgotten all about it.
没事的，北斗是不会在意的。
Misunderstanding? What happened?
Well, a few days ago, after docking at Dornman Port, I thought I'd treat the crew to some time at the tavern to blow off some steam. While we were there, an argument broke out between a couple of drunk guys. Things looked like they were about to get physical, so I intervened to try and break it up. I tried talking to them, but they were in the mood for a fight, and my words fell on deaf ears. So I had to resort to, a more hands-on way of getting them to calm down.
好，
Eula was patrolling the area while all this was going down, and when she walked in, oh, it wasn't a pretty sight.
I should probably take it from here. Recently, we've intercepted a string of attempts to smuggle goods through Dornman Port, so we decided to step up our patrols in the area. On my rounds that day, I noticed a group of people I'd never seen before, and they were sailors. My suspicions were raised, so I asked their captain to show a valid entry permit for the port. Captain Beto said she didn't have the entry permit on her person and told me to check with the port authorities myself. I insisted that she should accompany me there and, well, you can see how things could get heated in a situation like that.
Hey, you were just doing your duty. It was my fault, really. I should have watched my tone, but I'd had a few too many, and... Anyway, it all worked out in the end. I took Eula back to my ship, showed her my documents, and that was that. Misunderstanding resolved. I felt bad, though, so I told her I'd treat her to a drink when we got back to the tavern.
Oh.
Once we got to talking, we really hit it off. We sat there chatting until the tavern was about to close.
Captain Beto mentioned that she wanted to have a look around the city the next day. I was also planning to head back to headquarters to submit some paperwork, so we decided to go together.
I meant to say earlier, drop the captain and just call me Beto. There's no need for formalities between friends.
Oh, yes, of course. Pardon me for being so formal. Anyway, as for why we're here, I heard about your shop when I got back to headquarters, and after discussing it with Beto, we decided to stop by and say hello.
Oh, that's right. Plus, I'm curious to see what the deal is with these Mondstadt potions you've been brewing up.
百人不如一见，不如买回去尝试一下。
Could do. Although, I don't have any health issues, and my ship's already stocked with everything I could need out on the ocean. Let me think. Oh, do you have a potion that helps with getting to sleep?
Are you having trouble sleeping, Beto?
No, not me. The minute my head hits the pillow, it's lights out till the next morning. It's just that, I have this friend. She doesn't lack for anything, and she eats right and drinks right, but she just doesn't sleep well. I don't know if it's a case of affluenza, or if she just has too many things on her mind.
Wait, this friend you're talking about, you must mean...
Yep. She's no stranger to rare and precious treasures, but I'd wager that to her, the chance to relax and get a good night's sleep is rarer than any treasure in her collection.
Oh.
Alright, we'll get started on that order for you right away!
Great! Thanks for the help.
发自始终，吟游诗人蒙德吟游诗人希望自己演出时发挥得更加稳定，吸引更多观众。雪山看摊小队准备物资，希望身体保持良好。
What about you, Eula? Is there something we can make for you?
I don't want to put too much on your plate. It wouldn't be fair to ask you to make so many potions at once. Beto came all this way. Her order should take priority. Any potion requests I have on my end, I'll just submit to Lisa later. The same goes for anything the reconnaissance company needs as well.
Aw, you're so considerate of other people.
Oh, you think so? The Knights have always looked after me so well. Maybe it's rubbed off on me a little, or something. But I still have a lot to learn. The next time things get heated, I should approach the situation in a more level-headed way.
你已经做得很好了。
Exactly! Compared to when we first met, you're practically picking up friends left and right! It's just like Tone Deaf Bard once said, the winds always change their course.
Thanks, you two. Your kindness really means a lot.
How's the potion making going? Hope you didn't run into too much trouble. Take all...
Have a question for me, cutie? Well, if there...
今天倒是没什么事。那我们接下来就是要制作专属药剂了。应该是放松吧。然后再放点治疗。 感知、专注、分析。温暖。 镇静。
How's the potion making going?
经营期间偶尔会有特别的客人来访，根据需要的尽可能帮到。 木兰奇，恭喜恭喜！蒙德百货的大客户成了我们的同行，今后我们要互相照顾哦。在蒙德城各个商铺之间互相帮助，是经常互帮互助，经商不易，大家彼此扶持，才能形成良好的商业氛围，一起赚大钱。按照惯例，请收下这份谢礼。
Huh. Looks like potion making is a pretty time-consuming endeavor.
Why don't I show you a few more places while we wait? We can come back in a little bit.
All right. Catch you guys later.
生命治疗温暖。
Who says you have...
嗨，新年。
Scissors to cut clothes. Leave those rigid rules behind. I much prefer
小起点10感谢。太好了，我的变20了，感谢。我听说这东西比贝壳好用，但是终于成功了。因为之前我很早之前就有设定过这个提醒，但是一直没有成功使用到，我不知道为什么。对，现在是有成功使用了，耶，恭喜！完蛋，我刚刚做了什么东西？ 智慧跟放松。好像只有这些。好，恢复到高点。
We're back. Eula took me for a stroll around Starfell Lake. The scenery is amazing, especially from up in the hills.
I'm glad you liked it. I was worried I might have bored you with all the aimless wandering.
Oh, not at all. You're talking to someone who spends most of her days at sea. The opportunity to take a nice stroll through the woods is actually pretty special. So, how's that potion coming, traveler?
马上就好。
No worries. I've got plenty of time before I have to head back.
镇定、温暖跟放松。接手薄荷后，全部转成种植薄荷，薄荷全属性提升，全放12个薄荷，留限一个你要的炼金树脂植物，放上高品质会完成，是这样的意思吗？我应该没有看错。19跟放松，用个保湿品。
If you really...
Like standing around like this? Then why don't you just model for me?
How's the potion making going? Perfect. Looks like my gift is all set.
Yeah.
Is it time for your return journey then? If you're heading back to Dornman Port, I'd be happy to accompany you.
Yeah, I think I've gotten my fill of sightseeing, so it's probably time I headed back. Don't want to keep my crew waiting. Traveler, Paimon, I'll see you some other time. Oh, and good luck with your business.
On behalf of the Reconnaissance Company, I'd like to express my gratitude to you as well.
收下这么实用的礼物可不常见，下次叫上优啦。带上我那位朋友，请你人吃好一顿大餐。吃的，请吃好吃的是最好的。有东西可以买吗？没有。你还没解锁，你要跑做下一任务和电竞品质较高才会解锁薄荷专武。这活动的专武薄荷没有问题，没有问题，我记得我会努力的，还在慢慢来，因为我才刚开始动而已。第10周，哎呀，这个是最高的。哦，下一个阶段开始工艺突破，在这里等待2天，怎么变成一台小车了？1天2天。做了不少璃月了。
We just keep getting swarmed with more and more customers. It's been non-stop work for so long, Paimon's starting to feel a little bit lightheaded.
打响名号了呢。
We've got a lot of orders. Paimon's not sure we can fill them all on our own.
丽莎注意到了。
Maybe we should hire some help.
Taking a break, cuties? I was just looking at the sales data, and it seems like you two have quite the talent for business. The potions seem to be flying off the shelves.
Oh, Lisa! Perfect timing. We were just talking about how we could use some help around the shop.
Oh, are the orders piling up already? Having trouble keeping up?
Yep, we're officially swamped. Paimon never thought we'd get this many customers.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised by the success. I was actually anticipating this kind of response. While you two were busy with the shop, I was talking with Freda about some possible ways to make the business more efficient. After observing your work, I made note of several improvements we can make to the brewing, cultivation, and sales aspects of the business.
Wait, so you've been doing things behind the scenes this whole time?
他可是200年一见的天才。
Paimon kinda thought you were just slacking off.
Hey now, I'm actually pretty reliable when it counts.
So how are we supposed to put those improvements in action?
Well, I discussed things over with Freda, and the two of us came up with a plan. I'll let her give you the details, though. Why don't you go and find her?
这个小港口越来越多人。按游戏去炼金，费神摆来摆去的薄荷，我都不理他了。等到活动快完成，才用薄荷。后面高品质才知道薄荷是无敌炼金。
Traveler, Paimon, hello. Is there something I can help you with?
没事啦，我想说， 还是要体验一下原汁原味的活动。
Well, we've been a bit swamped lately, so Lisa recommended we find some ways to increase our efficiency.
Yes, I've discussed that with her as well. Currently, there are 3 areas you can improve: brewing, cultivation, and sales. Increasing your efficiency in these areas will make it much easier to run your business.
Wow, that sounds just like what we need! Let's give it a try, Traveler!
提升
Looks like all the preparations needed for this upgrade have been made. Please, try it out.
解锁金额不足。哦，梅洛彼得堡的权力斗技大赛激烈展开，据说有人在高价寻求增强体力的药方。近期沙漠频繁异动，阿鲁村的守护者正带领为守卫们抵挡魔物的侵扰。
Leave those rigid rules behind. I much prefer.
Have a question for me, cutie? Well, if...
哦，那对话变了。
Have a question for me, cutie? After observing your work, I made note. Freda can tell you.
结果是一样的。对，首先是体力活。中型体力药剂。还可以加速。啊，我以为只会加速个1周。哦，收藏。
Greetings, Traveler Paimon and Lisa. Sucrose! It's been a while since the last time we saw you.
On the way here, I overheard quite a few people talking about alchemical potions. At first, I was worried something might have gone wrong with the herbs, but judging by the way people were talking, it seems like they were pretty pleased with the results.
Sucrose, your bioalchemical expertise was exactly what we needed for potion making.
Yeah, we've been able to make potions with all sorts of different effects.
You mastered potion making in such a short amount of time? I guess that's expected for someone of your talent, Traveler.
I wouldn't be surprised if she became a potion master one day.
我只是初学者。
Still,
If you manage to master potion making in such a short amount of time, we should be able to start teaching the public about it as well.
Wait, was that also a part of Jean's plan?
Yep. It's something she and Mr. Albedo talked about. As I understand it, the goal was not just to create and sell potions, but also to teach the principles and practices of alchemy to the people. Thanks to your shop, the public's understanding of alchemical potions has increased quite a bit. Perhaps, one day, they'll even be able to make simple potions themselves.
Without the proper training, though, those potions could be dangerous to use.
You're right. With Lisa there to mentor you, Traveler, we could rest assured that nothing would go wrong during the potion-making process. However, when it comes to the general public, we have to think of a way to ensure that any resulting potions would be safe to use. So, Mr. Albedo is planning to establish a set of criteria to evaluate various levels of potion-making ability. People will have to pass the exam that corresponds to their level of proficiency before being allowed to brew their own potions.
不愧是阿贝多。
Let me guess. You would like us to also take part in this exam?
Yes. Although it would probably be more accurate to say that we would like you to help us finalize the contents of the exam. In order to ensure a proper level of difficulty, we need to first collect the relevant data. That's where our mock exam comes in. If you could take it, Traveler, your results would serve as a very important reference for us.
你们拿地马呼斯不就够了？
You will, of course, be compensated for your efforts.
What a great idea. I must admit, I'm very interested to see how much my cutie's alchemy skills have improved.
放马过来吧。
Confidence is a good look on you, cutie.
Wonderful. Then, let me explain a little bit about how the exam works. The exam has 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and expert. To pass, all you need to do is brew a potion within the time limit that satisfies the main objective. Satisfying additional objectives will earn you extra rewards. Okay, all of this is starting to sound pretty official. Paimon, just do what you normally do and you should be fine. If you don't pass the first time around, you can always retake the exam. So, no need to put too much pressure on yourselves. Oh, retakes are allowed! Whew, that's a relief.
毕竟还在实验阶段。
Yep. Just let me know when you're ready.
查看审核要求。炼金考核是对炼金药剂技术的考验，考核分为多种阶段，需要循序渐进地应对考验。每个阶段的考核都有3次机会。此外，考核中产出的药剂并不会被保留，消耗的材料也会悉数归还。每阶段的考核都有主目标与次要目标，主要目标即可通过考核，达成次要目标可以提升本次考核的评价，而考核的奖励将取决于考核的评价。若考核失败，可以在一定周期内重新考核，开始考核。等一下，忘记看了。
Whenever you're ready, we can go ahead.
终极的生命药剂+5，至少有一个特征，使用药剂不超过3种。Okay.
Your movements are quite practiced, and your potion meets the requirements as well. Congratulations on passing the beginner exam.
That was a piece of cake.
还是有点挑战的。
Even so, it was no match for your skills. Alright, I believe I've collected all the necessary feedback. Looks like we'll have to make some adjustments to the level of difficulty for the actual exam. I'm gonna head back to the lab now. See you later, Traveler and Paimon.
哦，黑土之境。但不愧是你取的名字啊，贝多。目前都还 OK， 就照这样继续养。获得了新的资源物资。 办法到3个，看到粉到。可以走的。先这样吧。 多多利用药材研析仪，应该能让你们更加轻松的完成任务吧？试试看。哦，多了一个台子。透过演戏可以消耗药材的等级所需的经验。没有很多，这样就可以演习。把这个换掉，换一个新的。虽然说薄荷很重要的话，那我就想弄个薄荷。OK， 不能解锁。哦，有成长。之前有看，好像还有一些东西可以买，真心可以买，就是金蝶斑璀璨，完美正理是在哦，哇，还有饰品。如果应该看力量，
It's up to
生命跟
me
命
to decide who I want to
试
be.
看能加到多少。 看起来不错。
And to cut my own. No one can tell me what to do.
哎呀，好久不见，我们可靠的荣誉骑士，听说你现在摇身一变成了秦和丽莎的商业顾问，倒是不让我意外。这几天骑兵小队完成了一次长途行军训练，回到蒙特城附近时，两位冒险家发现一伙盗贼趁着魔物作乱在闹腾，我就让骑士加了个餐，顺手清剿这些家伙。没想到他还赞助了我们一批药剂，让骑士的力量和反应速度恢复到了长途训练前的水准，行动相当的顺利。之后我得知这些药品出自你们店里，看来你们看得不错嘛。骑兵小队得到你们帮助，我当然要给你写一封正式点的感谢信。这份来自骑兵小队的酬谢金就是请收好，希望我们将来能像这样合作，以同事的身份多进行几次有趣的合作。哦
Traveler? Paimon? Huh, looks like you're running a business. Oh, hey, Diona! And Tone Deaf Bard. What brings you to the shop?
I could smell what you were brewing from all the way across Cider Lake. Bards have an extremely keen sense of smell, you know.
迪奥娜的表情。
Again with the nonsense. Don't listen to him. We were actually in the middle of looking for some cocktail ingredients. Margaret is getting ready to run a new promotion at the Catstail, so she asked me to come up with some new drink ideas. The bard over here is performing at the event. When he saw me getting ready to leave, he insisted on tagging along to help.
Well, what better way to be the first to try your new concoction than by helping you collect ingredients?
Well, that explains your enthusiasm then. You're only that generous when alcohol is involved. Anyway, I was having some trouble coming up with new ideas for ingredients to use. I've already experimented with just about every ingredient you can find around Mondstadt, even the weirdest ones. The bar saw me struggling and told me he had an idea, so we split up for a while. I didn't get my hopes up, but sure enough, he came back a little while later with a rare ingredient I'd never used before. Ooh, what is it? Some sort of secret? Come on, bring it out so we can see!
It's a bird feather I found on a ruin in Dragonspine. It was once buried in the snow and is still cold to the touch even now. I'm sure it could be used to produce a drink with an entirely new sort of mouthfeel.
Whoa. Well, if anyone can find something like that, Paimon supposes it'd be you. Unfortunately, this ingredient is not easy to find. We'll probably use up the measly amount we've discovered with just the recipe testing alone.
Don't worry about the ingredients, Diona. I'll figure something else out. You should head back so you can get a head start on working that mixology magic of yours.
Uh-huh, because the sooner I get started, the sooner you get to take advantage of the fruits of my labor. Isn't that right?
Well, just think of it as a way to pay me in advance for all my hard work.
That still doesn't solve our problem, though. Traveler, Paimon, do you have any ideas for a new drink?
换一种想法如何？做出效果不一样的酒。
Huh? Infuse drinks with different effects? But doesn't that bring us back to the ingredient problem all over again? Oh, Paimon gets what she's saying. Ahem. You're looking at one of the most popular duos on the Mondstadt alchemy scene right now. Our potions are one of the hottest commodities in Tibet. But what do potions have to do with drinks? You can add them as an ingredient, of course. Potions can add all sorts of different effects. For example, with a little alchemy on your side, you could even make a drink that can heal a broken heart. Wow. I never knew potions could do something like that.
治疗人心也太夸张了，常见的功效还是能做到的。
I see. How about a potion that makes people never want to drink alcohol again? Could you make something like that?
笑笑都是有时间限制的。
Oh, that's right. Even if we could make one that discourages people from drinking, it would only last for a little bit before wearing off. What a shame. And here I thought I'd finally be able to dismantle the entire Mondstadt wine industry in one fell swoop. It's okay. We'll try to see if we can find some other ways to help.
Actually, I've always been curious, Diona. Is there a particular reason you don't like alcohol?
Isn't it obvious? Ever been around a drunk person before? Let me tell you, it's not a pleasant experience.
Ah, so your gripe isn't really with alcohol itself, but the fact that it makes people drunk. This may sound a little weird, but I wonder if it's possible to use this mysterious alchemy craft of yours to make a drink that prevents people from getting intoxicated.
So you mean a potion that can keep someone sober and awake? Huh. Sounds like something we could do. What do you say, traveler?
只是提神醒脑的话，应该行得通。
Perfect! I can just see it now. The more alcohol those drunkards consume, the more sober they'll become. They'll finally have to say bye-bye to their days of drunken depravity. It's decided then. Please make me a potion that can keep people sober.
Gotta say, I'm starting to get really curious about what that drink's going to taste like.
蒙德水域出现行动迅速的稀有鱼类，钓鱼爱好者正跃跃欲试。花常常举行轻小说大赛，作家们正在寻找写作灵感。
If alchemy has the power to transform matter, I wonder if it could also be used to turn water into wine? Wouldn't it be amazing if all the water in Cider Lake turned into actual cider? In that case, at least, no matter how short on more I am, I'd never be short on liquor.
我可以请你喝一杯。
A fine alternative. Who would I be to refuse such a generous invitation? We'll go as soon as your work is finished. How does that sound?
You really haven't changed at all. Just the mention of alcohol practically has you chomping at the bit.
Well, it's not every day I get the chance to reunite with such dear friends. What's a reunion without a generous serving of wine?
专注跟智慧。感觉可以再放一下，看看它会有什么特殊对话。
Is turning out to be trickier than Paimon thought it would be. Well, making a potion that has the power to topple the wine industry is sure to be complicated. More complicated than mixing drinks, at least. You know what? I'm gonna take a look around the area to collect some more materials.
If you're looking for high-quality materials, I know just where to go.
Perfect! Lead the way. Traveler, Paimon, we'll see you later.
Bye! See you soon!
Traveler, Paimon, how has the potion making been going lately?
Sucrose, you're back!
还在摸索中。
Well, you just need to keep practicing. You'll get the hang of it in no time. As for the intermediate exam, just think of it as a practice session and you'll be fine. Well, ready to begin?
还需要时间。
No rush. Take as much time as you need.
好，升级也花太多钱。
If you're ready,
开始，力量与敏捷的药剂，终极的要达到8等以上，至少有2种特征。投入的药材总量不超过10。 OK， 都达成。
let me see. Yep, looks like your potion meets the requirements. You've passed once again.
We're getting pretty good at this!
I'm so glad I asked for your help. Please, take this for your trouble.
很白垩的状态。我们做了敏捷专用，接下来换智慧专用，智慧技巧专。 网络状况是不是有一点差？时光压力价，又是一个时光。哎，居然是暗象。为了保护矿工的安全，千岩军正在藤岩巨人清剿魔物。他们希望在交战时能保持冷静，尽快完成战斗。教练院的学生近期正在写结业论文，精神压力较大。有人正在寻求平静心神、潜心研究的方法。太浪费了。这次是要体力跟冷静。用这个。 坎蒂斯。请允许我以阿如村的守护者身份，代护卫们和沙漠中的旅人诚挚地感谢您。不久之前，沙漠中出现异动，大量魔物在阿如村附近徘徊，困扰着当地的居民和来往的旅人。万幸的是，你炼制的药剂提供了关键的帮助，让旅人们成功回避了危险。抵达阿如村，守卫们使用了这些药剂驱逐魔物时，也表现得更加英勇。在这之后，我会带领守卫们发动进攻，让阿如村恢复如往日的宁静。有机会的话，还请来阿如村坐坐，我会为你准备特别的烤肉与饮品。
Hello, everyone.
迪鲁克
Whoa, is that Master D-Luke?
Oh, D-Luke. What's someone as busy as you doing in this neck of the woods?
好久不见。
Elzer told me the Knights launched a new commercial endeavor that turned out to be quite the hit. I think he was a bit surprised by the level of success, so he told me to come check it out.
异常的顺利。
But seeing as you two are the ones in charge, I'm really not surprised at all. The Knights definitely chose the most reliable people for the job.
Elzer is the manager of Dawn Winery, right? Huh, Paimon thought he didn't get out much. Wonder how he heard about our shop. Wait, are we that famous already?
No need to sound so surprised.
自信点。
The winery keeps us all very busy. Elzer only takes the time to brief me with this sort of intel if he thinks we are faced with a real threat. In such a short amount of time, you've been able to establish complete production and supply lines, and even receive orders from all around Teyvat. If you were in the wine business, you'd already be one of our biggest rivals.
What? Threat? Rival?
我们要和迪鲁克打商战了吗？
Oh, you sure seem eager, cutie. Looks like you really want to go toe-to-toe with the #1 wine merchant in all of Mondstadt. Are you just itching to see whose business prowess would come out on top?
A competition with the Traveler. That's not a bad suggestion.
你们两个。
You're extremely knowledgeable and well-traveled. If we were to become competitors, I'm sure you'd throw many a challenge my way. Probably even some I've never faced before. But I was really just using the wine industry as an example to emphasize your success. Our two industries aren't exactly fighting for the same market space. Actually, the success of your potion shop is good for the winery's business.
Good for your business? Paimon's lost. You were just talking about how the two industries were separate and now they're suddenly connected?
It's a bit convoluted. Alcohol is a commodity that most people consume in their free time. In order to have free time, though, you have to get off work early. For the alcohol industry to thrive, consumers need to have both the time and the money to spend.
That's exactly right. Your potions allow people to work more efficiently. As they get more popular, people will be able to complete their work faster. The more free time people have, the bigger the market there is for a commodity like mine.
Oh, that makes sense. It's hard to be in the mood to go out and enjoy life if you're super busy all the time. Paimon never thought about it that way before. There sure are a lot of layers to running a business. Guess this means we're in the Mora-making business together then. Hey, why don't you try out one of our potions?
请多关照商业伙伴。
I do have quite the interest in the effects of alchemical potions. Well, since you offered, please make a potion that can reduce the anxieties of the user while also improving their attention to detail.
Reduce anxiety while also improving the user's attention to detail? That almost sounds a little contradictory to me. I must admit to being curious. If my cuties do manage to make this potion for you, D-Luke, how exactly do you intend to use it?
Well, I mentioned before that people with ample free time are an important consumer base for my industry. But actually, the same is true for people who are incredibly busy and overwhelmed with work. After a period of high stress, like a busy workday, it can take a while for people to fully decompress. It's also common for that type of stress to leave people so exhausted that all they can do is spend the rest of the day in a daze. That level of stress and exhaustion makes it hard for people to derive pleasure from things they usually enjoy, like relishing the flavor of their favorite food and drink.
You can say that again. Paimon's definitely been there before. Sometimes, after a really long day, Paimon will be so tired, but she just can't relax. Not even her favorite snacks would hit the spot like they usually do.
Oh, my poor little cuties. Sounds like things can get quite tough out on the road. You know what? You just earn yourself some extra snacks at our upcoming tea party. Once this is all over, I'll personally see to it that you get the chance for a proper rest.
So basically, you need us to make a potion that decreases tension but increases attention, so that people can enjoy the finer things in life no matter how busy or stressed they are. Did Paimon get that right?
Exactly. Wine is meant to be savored. Drinking it without being able to appreciate its subtle notes and characteristics is a loss not just for the winemaker, but for the consumer as well. If we can increase the alertness of those too exhausted to perceive the subtle notes, but decrease the restlessness of those too agitated to raise their glass, then we can be sure to reach a point of balance where all can enjoy their wine to the fullest extent.
我完全理解了。
Well, it's definitely a unique request. Seems like this would be a tricky challenge for any potion maker. We should get to thinking then. First things first, let's figure out what ingredients to use.
How's the potion coming? Have you finished?
生命与智慧专注与放松的特征。 哦，有总算配对。
How's the potion coming? Have you finished?
We're finished with the potion, Master D-Luke! Please give it a try!
Oh, I thought you might need more time. Looks like you've already found the solution.
Yeah.
Wow. The effect is even more apparent than I imagined. Your many talents just keep on surprising me.
他自己喝了。
On behalf of Dawn Winery, I would like to make a bulk purchase order for this potion. Oh, and don't worry about the delivery side of things. Elzer will send someone to pick up the potions once they're ready. My plan is to enlist the help of artisans to infuse candles and fragrances with the effects of this potion. Those products will serve as complimentary gifts for customers to enjoy during wine tasting.
So you plan to make alchemical potions part of the wine drinking experience itself. Interesting. And very much in keeping with the Dawn Winery's way of doing business.
啊耶！新产品研制大成功。
If our potion was enough to impress Master D-Luke, Paimon's sure regular customers are gonna be even more amazed!
Well, there's still work to be done, so I should probably head out. It'll take some time before we know exactly what the commercial impact of this combination will be. In any case, it's been a pleasure working with you. Here's hoping our two businesses will have a long and successful partnership. I hope those orders will keep on rolling in, for both our sakes. Oh, and if you have some time, you should stop by Angel's Share to see your masterpiece in action.
For sure! Paimon can't wait! We'll see you next time, Master D-Luke!
让心神疲惫之人适当集中，或让过分紧张之人适当放松。你们的药剂有着极为可观的潜力。 缓和下来。智慧专注。变力量智慧。就是高很多。我说要去拿个东西。 快来了，继续。经营店铺好好玩。
We're back, and that was quite the successful outing.
哦，他们回来了。
Ingredient collecting went a lot faster with my help, didn't it? Come on, admit it.
Well, I suppose you weren't entirely useless.
里约的船长希望能增强新水手的体质，改善晕船的现象。云汉社的当家准备采购新一批的演出化妆用品。
So, how's the potion?
兼具智慧与镇静效。
Wow, I can't believe I'm holding the key to shaking up Mondstadt's entire wine industry in my own two hands. Wowza!
你的大对家刚刚来过。
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm gonna head back and start developing my new drinks right away.
Wait, don't leave without me. I thought you were gonna let me be the taste tester.
Of course. Operation Eliminate Drunkards has just begun, and you, my friend, are my first test subject.
And just like that, another problem solved. Looks like you've done it again, Traveler and Paimon.
Alcohol that doesn't make you drunk. Ooh, if I'm able to develop something like that, I guess there really is a type of alcohol that I can get behind.
太好了，等不及要调制让人越喝越清醒的酒了。就是要过考。感觉应该是化妆品，应该是要魅力。 延年益寿。琳妮，谢谢你和派蒙的奇妙药剂。前段时间我和琳妮特排练了太多新魔术，有点累过头，以至于有些集中不了精神。好在费米尼为我们带来了一种药剂，提神醒脑的效果很不错，说是从须弥回来的商人转卖的新商品。我找到那位商人和他聊了几句，才知道原来这种药剂的发明者是你和派蒙。不愧是你们，多亏你们的帮助，我和琳妮特的排演顺利进行，顺利排练出了新的压轴节目。下次演出的时候会发邀请函给你们，记得收信哦。好，第3天了。远销各国。又过了这段时间，你们经营的店铺越来越大，全新商机在等着你。
Oh, a merchant is here. Paimon's not sure they're from Mondstadt, though. Let's go check it out.
这个打扮看起来就是 Sumeru 虚拟的。阿太妃。
Hello there. The name's Atafe. I'm a traveling merchant from Sumeru. Great to meet you.
Whoa, you've made quite the journey. Guess news of our humble shop has already spread to all 4 corners of Teyvat.
多亏了派蒙。
Paimon's practically a sales whiz. She could sell water to a fish.
I have to agree. This venture of yours is becoming quite well known. In fact, many well-informed merchants have heard word of your potion-selling endeavor. But most people are still not willing to take a risk on such a rare commodity. If you ask me, though, when the opportunity knocks, you've got to be ready to answer. That although the general public still doesn't know much about alchemical potions right now, with a little effort and marketing on your side, you can carve out a nice space in the market for yourself. Once that happens, the mora will just keep on flowing.
你奖励可以分批领，不用全领，可以6个抵每日委托。
Once you've generated enough demand, you could even increase your prices tenfold. With that kind of profit, you could even take the rest of the year off if you wanted.
我已经有薄荷啦，接下来就是留每日委托的吧，只是想说，
Are you serious?
还是赶快领掉。
As long as the demand is there, people will pay anything. You could say it's a sort of mutual agreement between consumer and supplier.
With the way you talk, Paimon can't help but be reminded of a certain you're more obsessed merchant. Wait, you did say you were from Sumeru. Maybe you know her. Ever met Dory?
Wait, you mean Lord Sangama Bay? One of the most famous merchants in all of Sumeru? That Dory? You know her?
她是我朋友，以前打过交道。
Wow. Lord Sangama Bay is one of my biggest idols. Her business sense and dedication to making Mora has always been one of my greatest inspirations. I was even lucky enough to visit the palace of Alcazarzaray once. It truly is a magnificent sight. One day, I hope to be just like her. Up to my ears and more Mora than I can count.
Looks like we lost her. Should Paimon snap her out of it? Or...
还是聊正事吧。
You're right. I seem to have strayed off topic. Back to where we were then. I believe I was telling you how we could make some big Mora together. The idea is actually pretty simple. You produce the potions, provide me with a regular supply, and I'll help you sell them across to Vat. If that sounds good to you, then we should talk more in depth about what kinds of potions to sell this time around. According to my keen market sense, these are the kinds of potions that are currently in demand.
经营店铺期间可能会有协助分销药剂的经销商来访，经销商会对分销药剂的功效和数量有着明确的要求，从多种策略中找出2种优势的策略，并为经销商拟定分销策略可以扩大收益。由于经销商不会改变分销的地区，优势策略对于每位经销商都是固定的。透过分析经销商的分销财报，可以确认分销策略是否有效。跟生命有关、生命有效的药剂。经典药剂后背起行囊，还是将在一个手滑要点下去。带来新的物资，经销合同。什么？店铺装饰。生命放松跟持久。 1、2页的时候就有了。
It's been a while, hasn't it?
太沙糖。
Oh, you're back! Wait, that must mean there's a new exam!
Yep. It's time for the advanced exam. This one will be harder than previous exams, but I'm sure you'll do just fine.
我会努力的。
If we don't pass this time, it'll be super embarrassing!
Don't worry too much about that. Lots of things in life require a couple tries before you get it right. When I first started working as Mr. Albedo's assistant, all sorts of unexpected things would go wrong during my experiments. For example, when I was studying the properties of mist flowers, I accidentally froze all the equipment in the lab. I basically turned them into ice sculptures. Our precision instruments were nearly ruined beyond repair. Another time, I had let a reagent boil for a little bit too long, and all the precious ingredients inside got charred to pieces. The smell was so bad, several nights passing by thought the lab had caught fire. Back then, I would get really hard on myself whenever things went wrong. But eventually I realized that, in order to make new discoveries, you have to accept the risk of failure. A fear of making mistakes will prevent you from truly going after what it is that you want.
You're absolutely right! Hey, you're actually really good at motivating people!
It's just my experience talking. I've spent a lot of time doing research in the lab after all. Anyway, as long as you try, you'll learn something valuable from the experience. Alright, whenever you're ready, we can go ahead and proceed with the advanced exam.
查看考核要求，智慧功效要达到8，具有香气特征，使用至少5种不同的药材。智慧，先把这个近邻赤诚，我就知道你会这样取，只有香气特征。你刚刚好像删错，那指你制作2个一样的东西哦。那它细微项目是不一样的。
Wow, you even breezed through the advanced exam.
最后一关，阿费多总该来了吧
Ever thought about helping out around the lab?
Drop everything and pursue the path of an alchemy master? Huh. What do you say, traveler?
帮忙的话还是可以的。
If we work together, I'm sure we can make something super amazing.
By super amazing, do you mean you already have something in mind?
好，感谢10个小起点，感谢新脸。
Well, in the past, my research was mainly focused on the study of plants. But this experience has shown me that potions can have all kinds of effects on people as well. So, I started thinking, what if potions could have an even greater effect on people? Like, what if they could be used to help people unlock their hidden potential? A memory-enhancing potion, for example, could help people memorize a whole library's worth of knowledge in a single breath.
记忆吐司。
Alternatively, a strength-enhancing potion could make it so that Paimon could take down an Abyss Mage all on her own.
Whoa. Paimon didn't know you could make potions like that! Sounds awesome!
Well, it's certainly theoretically possible. Alchemy is, in itself, a way to explore the unknown. It's a discipline with endless potential. In fact, current research has barely scratched the surface of what's possible with alchemy. Theory, though, is always easier than practice. And with alchemy, there are simply too many things that you have to take into consideration. Just off the top of my head, there's the theory of sublimation, the potion's mechanism of action, and the innate metabolism of the person consuming the potion.
海蒙听了都要晕了。
Paimon didn't quite catch all that.
My bad. We can talk about the details some other time. If you're interested, just stop by the lab.
Sweet! Watch out, world! With a cool potion from Sucrose, Paimon will be able to become the strongest guide in Tibet in no time!
Well, I'll be off then. Only one more exam to go. I imagine you and I will both have some final preparations to make.
我知道薄荷可以快速通关，但是我也没有要求快速通关，所以我就尽量照着他原本说的做了。你们好，上次的药剂都顺利卖出了，销售资料已经帮你们整理好了，可以看看哦。力量相关，这个是 OK 的。NP 是现实。我制作的新药水给老人用，然后再是魅力跟智慧，还有带想。 可以快速制魅力给老用。先以生命为主。OK， 这样应该没问题。放这个。好，行秋。承蒙阁下的关爱，一点心意，但愿能为阁下的事业添几分注意。
No one can tell me what to do.
还是用轻松一点的口吻比较好，不然显得很像是飞云商会的商业书信，有点生疏。近来我读了太多构思奇巧的书，结果半夜还时常想着书里的点子，无法入眠。家丁向我推荐了一种安神的药剂，效果非常不错，完全解决了我失眠的问题。仔细打听，发现药剂出自贼人之手，答曰：金发旅人，真是巧妙的缘分。听说你们的店铺有口皆碑，帮助了人们解决了问题，各种麻烦，或许这也称得上是一种侠盗。我会给几位作家推荐你的杰作，说不定还会有人称你为灵药宗师。名神大社部分巫女因为夜晚山上的风太冷而出现身体不适。枫丹服装协会正在筹办新的时尚秀，许多模特儿希望能在秀场上留下深刻印象。居民的外国旅客人数上升，水土不服的情况有所增加。健康之家正在采购一批缓解身体不适的药品。出现了一个新的人，德佑。你好啊，你们好啊，我是来自璃月的商人德佑。哦，你也是来采购药剂的吗？接着看你们店铺生意蛮好的，这肯定能大卖，一定能大卖的吧？怎么听起来有没有那么没信心？我们药剂可畅销了，订单源源不断，都要做不过来了。抱歉，我不是质疑你们的销量，只是我的买卖一直都不太顺利。每次买入热销产品，总是没办法卖出去，同行纷纷降价，结果买10次有9次亏。每次我都相信只是自己的运气不好，但如果一直运气不好，是不是说明我不太适合经商呢？如果这次再赚不到钱，我就要准备回老家给老爹干活了。也许是销售策略不对，是这样吗？看来我还有值得学习的地方。一直消沉下去也没办法，这次一定要赚到钱，给老爹刮目相看。好，我们来商量一下合作事宜吧。我打算购买几种药剂，富有智慧的名人代言，买意思。再三确认。你呢？顺利卖出去了，这次的是敏捷相关的。 等我一下，先调调看有没有办法做出敏捷相关的药剂。这次有吗？做个智慧敏捷。我看看哦，应该都是跟体力跟魅力有关的吧。生命、智慧、魅力、力量、智慧、生命力量。这个跟这个好，这样子啊，然后还会做完的事情。 时尚秀留下深刻印象。五郎与其凉凉。
Oh, so you're the ones behind the potion shop I've heard so much about. When it comes to fulfilling requests, I heard the customer's wish is practically your command.
Huh? Goro? Where did you come from? Oh, and Kirara's here too! What are you guys doing in Mondstadt?
哦，超级惊喜的客户。
Komania Express operates all across Teyvat, so I'm always on the road. I'm actually pretty familiar with Mondstadt from my trips here in the past. General Goro, on the other hand, seems to still be getting the lay of the land. He got lost not too far from here.
Well, I would normally be provided with ample intel before carrying out an operation in a foreign territory. But Watatsumi Island isn't exactly home to many people who've been to Mondstadt. I wasn't even able to obtain a map of the region. I've basically had to perform initial reconnaissance in the middle of a formal operation. Not exactly ideal conditions for an air-free mission.
Affirmative, General. Next time, I'll procure the most detailed map available and make sure you have it at your disposal from mission outset. Over and out.
You can drop the formalities, Kirara. I don't expect you to report back to me like I'm your commanding officer. We hired you as a consultant. It wouldn't be fair to treat you like one of my soldiers.
Hey now, it's not like this is some one-sided partnership. We agreed, right? In exchange for my services, you'll help promote our business to the people of Watatsumi Island. Your good word will be integral in helping Komania Express become people's first choice for all their delivery needs. Our future business is counting on you.
Back to Paimon's question though, you still haven't told us what you're doing in Mondstadt. You mentioned something about a mission?
Yes. It's a funny story, actually. Recently, Watatsumi Island has been looking for ways to increase transportation efficiency. Basically, this means improving the operations of our cargo ships. So, we decided to send teams across Teyvat to learn about the most advanced techniques different nations have to offer. We had just wrapped up our trip to Liyue when we heard word of your mysterious potion shop. So, we decided to postpone our return journey for a bit and come check it out. Turns out it was the right choice.
Well, Paimon's gotta say, you've practically hit the jackpot by coming here. We've got stuff you can't find anywhere else.
给你们做一些好玩又有用的。
Oh, more customers from abroad. My cuties sure are popular. You really do have friends all over Teyvat. Looking at your two friends here, I can't help but be reminded of my dear little wolf cub. You know what? I should introduce you sometime. For some reason, I have a feeling the three of you would really hit it off. In fact, once you've wrapped up your potion purchasing, why don't you both join me and my cuties for afternoon tea? I'll even bring my student along.
Afternoon tea? Sounds great! I could really use some refreshments. Long days of deliveries always leave me parched. Thanks for the invitation.
Something tells me you're not gonna take no for an answer. Wait, why does this feel so familiar?
你真的要说的话，可能丽莎的等级比较高一点。
Anyway, Traveler, care to make some introductions?
她是私说的魔女哦，也是下午茶的魔女。
Guardian Mage? Wow, what an impressive title. Is it a position similar to that of a Guji?
脑内无法忘记的噩梦。
Wait, could it be that I'm in the presence of someone as high-ranking as Her Excellency, like Lady Sangonomiya herself?
Honestly, Traveler, you're gonna give the guy a heart attack. Don't be nervous, Goro. That's just, a nickname. Her real name is Lisa. She works as the librarian here in Mondstadt, and she's also the person in charge of our shop. Lisa, this is Goro. He's a super powerful general from Watatsumi Island. And this is Kirara. She's a super punctual delivery woman with Komaniya Express.
Kirara. The name sounds familiar. Ah, the collection of books from Inazuma that I have in the library.
Oh.
You were the one who delivered them, yes? What a helpful little gem you are.
是太阳的位置，太阳的位置也太不巧了吧！我快亮瞎了。
I'm glad our paths have crossed again, Miss Lisa. I hope you'll consider me for future delivery jobs as well.
As for my cutie's other acquaintance, I believe I've read a few articles about you, General Goro. I seem to recall more than a few references to your empathetic nature and skillful approach to leading your troops. Let me guess, your troops are also the focus of your potion inquiry here today?
Exactly. Commercial activity between Watatsumi Island and other regions has been on the rise recently. The workload has increased so much, both the soldiers who work on our shipping convoys and the sailors who work on the merchant vessels are struggling to keep up. What would really come in handy would be a potion that could help them handle their intense workload. Like one that could enhance their energy and physical strength.
Okay, I could definitely use a potion like that as well. When I'm out on a long delivery, you wouldn't believe how tired my legs would get from trekking across all that rugged terrain. Not to mention the damage it does to my paws.
My cutie should be more than familiar with that kind of potion by now. I'm sure they'll have it done in no time.
应该能行。
Yep, leave it to us.
Well, while you two hop to it, I'm gonna find an idle knight to deliver a letter to my little wolf cub and ask him to treat us to the pleasure of his company. Once my cuties are done brewing a potion that satisfies your needs, we'll all celebrate over afternoon tea.
Afternoon tea on the banks of Cider Lake. Oh, wonder what that'll be like. Oh, I can't wait to find out.
I'm just glad I finally found a way to help my troops. I thought I've told you this before, that if you want to pass through the forest undetected, you're going to want to wet your tails. Wet fur doesn't get snagged on branches and twigs as easily as dry fur. You'll be able to slip on by, and your enemies will be none the wiser.
Nuh-uh. That's not gonna happen. I can't stand my tails wet. I'd be better off, tying them in a knot or something. Or, better yet, improving my fighting skills so that I don't have to sneak by them in the first place. Oh, you're here. How's the potion coming?
Well, I'm rooting for you. I've seen how capable you are. No way a few alchemical roadblocks can stand in your way.
士气花花。骑士团的炼金铺专用的特别装潢，美观的双层花架，据说是由某位调查小队的队员捐赠的士气提升品。某位后勤小队打造的气氛营造品，上面画着药瓶大众经典形象。上次那边要全卖完了。之后也请多提及了。生命治愈温暖。治愈在治愈只有一个有。
Who says you have to use scissors?
魅力香气机。
Cut close.
生命放松。
Leave those rigid rules behind. I much prefer using my own cutting tools.
不是说还有没完成的工作？哦，应该是请调制药的。我决定要放一周看。哦哇哦！ 海萌的脸。
Wow, potion making is really complicated. I guess it's quite a time-consuming process, even for two people as capable as the Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, watching them run around in circles like this is making me dizzy.
Looks like we still got some details to work out. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No worries. Take as long as you need. In any case, I was hoping I'd get a chance to walk around a bit more and familiarize myself with the terrain. It'll give me a chance to buy some souvenirs and books as well.
I guess I'll take some time for myself, too. Where should I go? Oh, I know! The cat's tail!
See you in a bit, Traveler and Paimon. Be sure to pace yourselves, alright? Don't go working too hard on our account.
Wow, I have to hand it to you, cuties. I never imagined that you'd be able to bring in so much mora in such a short amount of time. You're practically geniuses when it comes to business.
多亏了丽莎的帮忙。
Always so humble. Although, with results this impressive, I would say you could stand to take a bit more credit. If I had your help all the time, I bet I could take double the amount of vacation without a care in the world. With all of your hard work up to this point, we've already collected enough sales data for our research. Thank you so much for all your help. Of course, if you're interested in continuing to run the shop, you'd make me a very happy Lisa. In either case, I should already have more than enough to report back to Jean with.
Traveler, Paimon, it's been a long time.
Jean!
Oh, you're here. I wrapped up some business with my cuties and was just about to go report back to you at headquarters.
No need. I already talked to some other knights, so I think I have a fairly good understanding of the situation. Looks like you've troubled the Traveler to help you once again.
How could I not? When it comes to work as important as this, a smart and capable partner is simply a must-have, especially if we want good results. Look at the success of the shop. I could have never produced that kind of result on my own.
Well, I do have to admit, your success is remarkable. I've been meaning to come see you for some time now, but work kept getting in the way and I simply couldn't find the time. Regardless, I just knew I had to come thank you in person.
因为团长一直在背后支持着我们。
It's truly reassuring to have such outstanding members among our ranks.
Once this is all over, I do believe I'm due for a vacation. I've lost quite a few strands of hair to all the stress.
Of course. Thank you for all your hard work. Seeing you cooped up in that library all the time, I was worried you might be bored. So I thought I'd give you an opportunity to truly make use of your talents. Perhaps I put too much on your plate at once.
It wasn't that bad. After all, it's not like I was in it alone. All the help from the Knights and the Traveler really helped to lessen the load. Plus, it was fun to get back into research. It's nice to relive those days every once in a while.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you again for all your help, Traveler. Please take this as your compensation.
Ah, speaking of compensation, I've also prepared a little memento for you. Here, I hope you like it.
哦，秦也会一起坐在这里。
Public reception towards alchemical potions has been much more favorable than expected. If things continue like this, the potions industry could end up becoming a new revenue stream for the entire region of Mondstadt.
We've got more than enough time to make big plans for the future. Right now, we should focus on the hard-earned success we've been able to achieve so far. How about we find a time to celebrate together?
Ooh, a celebration? As long as there's yummy food Paimon's in.
Of course. Once I've made the preparations, you'll be the first to know.
Oh, that does sound nice. You certainly deserve to relax after all your hard work.
对，不用特别调制，直接送就可以。魅力不够，魅力要。 想想看我魅力有什么？魅力生智慧魅力，现在换力量魅力。食品。
Sucrose, you're here! Oh, is it time for the expert exam already? Our alchemy skills are improving so fast, Paimon can barely keep up!
Your progress has been very impressive. In fact, according to the way Mr. Albedo designed the exams, passing the expert level would mean you're now qualified to mentor other people.
We could start to teach other people? Then Paimon's totally going to start a class. Let's see. How much should Paimon charge per student? Well, all Paimon knows right now is that, for homework, her students are gonna have to use alchemy to make all sorts of tasty treats.
等通过考核之后再说吧。
I'm sure this one will go just as well as the others. I'm ready to begin whenever you are.
特级含魅力效果，特级加8感知跟镇定。你是黄金，我就知道。哎，开订阅了，对啊，那个天行者 ，Hello， 好久不见。感知跟镇定，对我这只有疯狂加镇定。 Apple IDA 不勉强了，不勉强了。如果不方便的话，不勉强。多多少少还是会有一点麻烦。如果在要顾客老坏蛋是什么？反之跟设定特质 ，OK， 这样再加点，带一点东西进去也都 OK。Apple 公司的问题不是所在地的不方便，是 Apple 公司的问题，是这样吗？结算。
Alright, let me give your potion a try. Yep, the effect looks good. The quality of your potion is quite high as well. Your talent in this discipline is truly remarkable.
So, we passed? Can we teach alchemy now?
What an amazing achievement, cuties. Congratulations.
其他方面还有很多疑问。
Now is not the time to be humble. You mastered potion making in such a short amount of time. That's an impressive achievement, no matter how you look at it.
再讲下去，我都要被写教练院推荐信了。
Exactly. I was also really surprised at how quickly you picked it up. I thought it would have taken way more time. Anyway, thank you so much for your help. Your participation has allowed me to collect some very valuable data. With everything we've learned, we should be able to offer the official exam soon.
全收6美元，我记得它好像没有那么，因为我记得我没有调那么贵。
This is sure to be a critical moment in the development of the alchemical potions industry.
对，但是那个阿贝多呢？
Paimon feels like she just took part in something super important.
Of course. You two are practically pioneers. What you've been able to contribute to the field of alchemy is as impressive as a biologist discovering a new species. Anyway, I should probably head back and go over the data I've collected. Traveler, Paimon, thanks again for your participation. If you have some free time, please stop by the lab. 东丹的潜水员在打捞一批文物，他们希望能在水下更加迅速，搜索效率更高。水下行动，东丹的某位名流正在筹办一场社交舞会，受邀的熟女和绅士们都为此精心准备。东丹直立艇的战术训练正在进行中，警备队员希望能在模拟水煮战中取得更好的成绩。拟4黄金。不愧是阿贝多群。每次都会点错。东西都买到了，确认一下没有漏掉。我记得好像45块50多了吧？紫色的
中剑。OK。这边如何？啊，有比较。想想。在水下迅速打捞水是体力加迅速的镇定速度放松。就是如金蝶般迅速，好像在讨跟讨吉利没什么两样。社交5倍，魅力的话我记得有模拟战士、体力跟生命。万能二手咸鱼，对，美，这个比较哦。差太多了吧？经销商来访告才。 好，感谢订阅。我想要你不是说早上吗？有点让我惊讶。多谢待定大大。哦，有匿名人赠送了他哦。你这边开始就有标志嘞？为什么？我虽然有用标志，但是其他人好像没有顺利的显现出来。我一直在思考这个问题。不过既然它会正常显示，那就代表说它的机能应该是没有问题的。我再调整看看，应该就会找出答案吧，我猜啦，希望。言语找待定，然后直播间赠送给我就有了。哦，原来如此，恭喜你有订阅啦！目前只有一张贴图。应该说目前只有一张表情图。等五郎跟齐凉凉回来。这是持平。回来了。
Traveler, Paimon, we're back. I just finished buying some souvenirs around the city. I believe you took a trip to the Cat's Tail, right, Kirara? I saw you leaving at least.
Yup. I stopped by to visit my sweet little Diona, but she was nowhere to be found. Such a shame. Well, at least I still got a refreshing drink out of it.
Still remember our request, you two?
Of course! You're after a potion that can increase a person's energy and enhance their physical strength. A very practical request if Paimon does say so herself.
他已经买了。现在太忙会比大拇指。
Our potion making skills are getting better by the second. We'll have it brewed and ready in no time.
I thought I've told you this before.
No. Oh, you're here. How's the...
Goro, Kirara, your potion is now ready. Why don't you give it a try?
Wonderful. You two sure work fast. Hmm.
为什么你看起来好像是抹在身上？
Wow, my right shoulder was acting up from using my bow so much, but a few drops of your potion and the pain is completely gone.
啊，快送一打给油条。
The pain from walking on all that rough terrain. It's like it was never there. I thought you dealt in potions, not magic elixirs. With this in my arsenal, I bet I could deliver 200 orders in a single day.
Looks like we've got another hit on our hands. Guess we can add the people of Watatsumi Island and the workers at Komaniya Express to our list of happy customers.
完美达标。
Well, now that our work is out of the way, there's nothing standing between us and that afternoon tea we were promised. Oh, perfect! Lisa's here!
I'm sorry to report, my little wolf cub appears to be busy. I sent someone to fetch him in Wolvendom, but he wasn't there. It's such a shame he's going to miss the opportunity to meet some fellow furry-aired companions.
哇，雷泽不在。
But I'm sure you'll have the chance to meet in the future. In fact, the next time I see him, I'll be sure to tell him about the two of you. It'll give him something to look forward to.
哇，下一次可能就要带雷泽出国。
Wow, you've placed quite the sizable order. Thank you for your patronage, my Inazuman friends. If feedback on the potion is favorable, I hope you'll consider re-upping your supply when the time comes. If making the journey proves too troublesome, we can always ship them to you.
Of course! I have a feeling this super powerful alchemical craft of yours could be a game changer for the entire delivery industry!
Absolutely. I'll be sure to collect detailed feedback from my troops. Anyway, we should head out. Until next time, Traveler in Paimon. Oh, and it was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Guardian Mage.
Bye, Goro. Bye, Kirara.
The next time I'm in Mondstadt, I should make it an official visit. A formal meeting between Her Excellency and the Honorable Guardian Mage is sure to be a momentous occasion.
Oh, seems like that made-up title really had an impression on him. It's given him all sorts of funny ideas.
万分感谢海之岛和薄荷屋都受到了莫大的帮助。诶，像活动它有一个准确的结束日吗？6份来信都拿。所以故事是在找到，就大概是这样吧。这个活动就到这边结束了，结果阿贝多还是没有登场，太令人问号了。等一下，所以他出现在日本的直播的图上面，纯粹只是因为那个星驰吗？他这边也有版本，会不会有点夸张
？Ad Astra. Thank you for coming.
这个活动意外玩蛮久的，还蛮好玩。
This realm is... If you ever
我看一下，哎，好看还差一点点，弄一下。打这个。
Bow your head. Burst forth. Witness my great undertaking.
Delicate as silk.
Silence.
Yeah, skyward.
Let the mighty be humbled.
When I was little.
哦，有，好感是。快变成练好感大师。先知的手稿。果然他的娃娃，他的娃娃真的活过来了。
When I first started conceptualizing the idea of my brand, I reflected on many of my past experiences and came up with a lot of phrases for the brand's slogan. It's difficult to pick only one phrase for the brand, especially when you realize that every word reflects on a deep part of yourself. But you can only choose that which best represents you.
我如果在做
defeat, that's me. That's my brand.
我自己在做影片的时候，我都是用 OBS 直接录的。但通常有些录音软体，它会需要额外付款，反而是 OBS 直接录还比较方便一点。你买了黑胶唱片机，但收到的录音软件都是不花钱，只能用3-5分钟的。确实，大部分都是3-5分钟，没有错。手机内建的话，就看手机内建的话应该是可以的，但是如果是能用电脑的话，用 OBS 会是比较好的，因为音质会是一样的。如果在用录影的话。
Because I was born in Inazuma, the people of Fontaine have dubbed me the Thundering Seamstress. If that's what they want to call me, then that's what they can call me. I have no lingering affection for my homeland. After all, everything, including my vision, only came to me after I decided to leave Inazuma. Oh, but that's not to say that I actively dislike those islands where fabric never fully dries. It's just that
I haven't found any reason to go back. She used to beg me to help her design all kinds of strange things. For example, little crowns for every handle on a ship's helm. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her request, and tell her that the most I would do is design her hat like a boat. Those who say I'm ahead of my time have clearly never spoken to her. I can't make a hat that could hide secrets, but it seems Linny can enchant his hat to do just that. I'm a little curious about how it feels to wear a hat full of so many tricks and secrets like his. As for me, I don't need the burden of all that. It's easiest to just say what's on my mind. The magician's assistant sure doesn't say much, but I know she trusts me. You know, I sure get a lot of love from cats. One time, Charlotte came into the shop hoping to do an interview with me. I told her there was no point, because there was nothing new to talk about. But just as she was leaving, a drunkard came stumbling into the shop and started causing trouble. She recorded the whole thing. What a fiasco. I've heard of journalists chasing leads, but now it seems news chases the journalists. Oh, working with Shovers and talking with her are a cinch. So easy, in fact, that whenever I say goodbye to her and return to tending my customers again, it takes me a moment to shift gears mentally. Emily's perfumes are very popular. We have a business agreement where I ask her to deliver small quantities of perfume she's working on to Chioria Boutique. I let Alof secretly spray the perfume in the fitting room, and then I'll let Emily know any feedback I get from the customers. Even after all this time, I've never once had a customer ever say that my fitting room smelled strange. In fact, they usually come one after another to ask where they can buy the fragrance. Out of curiosity, I always buy a bottle when she brings them to sell in her shop. I have to say that such fragrances which can always bring a sense of refreshment are truly works of art. Yes, some of my friends and partners have mentioned him to me before. I admire his skills at management and diplomacy, but I certainly have no intention of changing my way of doing things. While I was still in Inazuma, there was a cat with green eyes that always liked to follow me whenever I went out into the wild in search of inspiration. The kitty seemed to be very interested in the colors and patterns of the fabric I was carrying. She would even come up and rub her head against my legs when she was in a good mood. Later, I recognized those green eyes again, but on a girl with two tails. The way she gazed at new and intriguing things still had not changed after so many years.
原来他很早以前就见过齐凉凉。
If I wasn't always slipping away to go play when I was a child, I probably would never have had the chance to meet the young lady of the Kamisato clan. There was one time when I climbed my way into the Kamisato clan's courtyard, and her Tamari just happened to roll over towards the wall. I could tell that she was both surprised and happy to see me. We played together and chatted for quite some time, but I was discovered in the end. And so, our brief friendship came to an end as I was kicked off the premises. When I was little, I used to always look forward to the summer festival in my hometown. Every year, people would take out the most vibrant and beautiful clothes and carefully put them on before joining the crowd. Every time the festival came around, there'd be all these brightly colored spheres hanging from people's belts, goldfish that you couldn't scoop up from the bowl no matter how hard you tried, apple candy so sweet that even the children couldn't finish them all, and fireworks so beautiful that they could have only come from the Naganohara house. I always had a lot of fun at such festivals. But even then, I would always feel like something was missing when I went home at the end of the night. It was only after I got much older that I realized I must have wanted to become more than just a spectator at such a wonderful event. It's just like how people will always associate the House of Naganohara with fireworks. I hope that one day,
people will also associate festivals with Chiyoya clothes. Just thinking about the prospect of that gets me really fired up. All right, time to go back to the shop and churn out a few more designs.
对，家园里面有很多对话，冲过去，赶快冲过去看一下。人家都说好感6算结束，当然对我来说好感7才算结束，因为它还包含了房屋内的最后一段对话，然后全好感都练完了，目前剩下闲云跟千之。哇！在这。
Huh, you're here. I sort of assumed that you didn't make it home very often. So? This one is for the books. A lot of people avoid chatting with me whenever they can help it because they don't like what I have to say. The truth is, I just prefer it when people can cut to the chase and be straight with one another. The amount of effort some people put into beating around the bush and being diplomatic, ugh. It'd be so much quicker to just hash it out and be done with it. What about you? What's your preferred communication style?
我也喜欢直来直去。
Excellent. That'll save us a lot of trouble. I remember one time when I saw a customer hesitating between 2 different colored outfits. I told her that she should pick the cream-colored one, since it went well with her hair and also accentuated her figure. She turned her nose up at that, and said that the stains would show up more on the cream one than the gray one. So, I said, sure thing. If you're set on the gray one, I can make some adjustments so it'll look more stylish. But she didn't like that idea either, and she started saying that maybe the gray was a bit too dull. We went back and forth like that for a whole afternoon. In the end, she picked a red one. I mean, I do understand where she was coming from. Her concerns were valid, it's just... people like that, they need to learn to prioritize between criteria when they're making a decision. If you want something that goes with your figure, pick the cream. If you want to get away with a few smudges and stains, pick the gray. But if what you really want is to stand out from the crowd so your crush will spot you as soon as you arrive at the party, then for goodness sake, just tell me that as soon as you walk through my door. I'm getting all worked up just thinking about it. I need a moment to calm down.
可能那人害羞。
You're right. She was hesitant about telling me. But if she'd just been direct with me, we could have saved so much time. And then I would have been able to do a better job of tailoring her outfit to suit her needs. Things like that happen all the time. It makes me all the more determined to never beat around the bush and always be upfront and direct. Sure, it might not have been the smartest approach, but for me at least, it's definitely the most efficient. All this is to say that I will never hide my true thoughts and feelings from you, and I'd like it if you could do the same for me. Of course, if you ever find yourself compelled to say something like, Chiyoya Boutique's outfits are hideous, then I'd hope you at least follow it up with some sort of reasoned argument that I can consider. You don't seem like the type of person who'd say something just to be provocative. Unless, I don't know, you secretly enjoy the feeling of being thrown out my front door or something.
好了，来打圣经螺旋，这次要早点打，因为我需要凑原石，还去抽那该死的刀，但是它真的很好看。前火后水，但我也可以用纯颜对决硬 A， 但是，不太想再 东西还没弄好状况下去使用，所以就简单打。我们等适合的时机，我们再用纯颜队来打。啊！看到我朋友一直在呐喊说纳维亚跟千之明明就这么的适配，然后他在那个 TV 上面的表现也如此的完美啊，但是他们的技能完全不相同啊，不了。
Let's get down to business.
Now disappear. Adventure time. Everybody stand. Here comes the finale.
一起爆炸。
One with nature. Settle down. Finally, the fairy. Another test subject.
Wind Strider.
Bow your head. Pick the wrong test subject.
Let's light it up.
I will have order.
And voila. I'm going in.
Another test subject.
Now disappear.
Freeze. Solidify.
Buckle up.
Freeze.
Hip.
Freeze.
And voila.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Let my name echo in song!
Mind the side effect.
Another test subject. The tides beckon. Fry.
'Book alive! Everybody stand back!
Order guide you.
Let's get this show on the road.
The insolent shall be punished.
I'm going in. Step right up.
Let the world come alive!
A bitter pill to swallow.
Be sanctified.
这一次是水附着。
Lapis!
Kamisato Arc. Suiyu!
Hold the line! Time for takeoff. Brace yourselves.
Be still.
Born of Ice and Frost. Here we go!
Cascade! Settle down!
No touching! Think you can get away? Rest and rebuild!
Mind the deluge.
Wouldn't gliding be faster? All hail! Born of Ice and Frost. No touching! Strike a pop! Let my name echo in song!
Mind the side effect. Ah! Silence! Your journey
Access denied.
ends here.
Let's play!
Kamisato Arc. Sacrifice is ready.
Allow me! Time for takeoff. I can fix this! Born of Ice and Frost.
Be still.
For Rex Lapis! Brace yourselves.
The depths beckon. Cascade.
Shower me with praise!
Wind strategy, as one with wind and cloud.
Time to shine!
A bit of...
盐元素伤害，到底要不要用呢？前面应该是可以用一种，后面感觉啊，不知道他打什么，他主打什么队？哎，有口难开。他的队伍确实挺，怪物确实挺适合的，但是不对呀、这个那个，要打得出元素结晶。要可以登上，但是有个难。应该是要先一手要这样，这应该是，然后。 感觉可以把它背多掉。如果有这么多眼罩物，还不如带个云。
Stabilize. This is order.
Strike is one.
Bam! Oni coming through. Let's roll.
Flex up and
Solidify. Attaboy!
your grand finale.
It's showtime!
It's nothing. Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive! Out of my way!
真的有用哎！第一个，恭喜恭喜！
This one's got your name on it. A proper send-off from the speed. Strike a pose. Get with me. Feeling lucky? Cha. Watch out. Cha. Cha.
烟队胜利，不用客气，能录出来就行了。玄文兽，没有遇过的类型。
Break a leg. Scraps of color. Scatter.
感觉相较于。 给他带辅助好像还好。
Can't catch me. Stabilize. Bam!
Strike is one.
Who wants some of this?
他在空中这一点真的不要。
To hit me. Feeling lucky? This one's got your name on it. A proper send-off from the speed. Yoo-hoo! Lightning sheriff off. Don't waste my time. Hey there. Coming at ya. Watch out!
Hey, just
gather. Order guide you. Let's roll.
Delicate as silk. Break a leg.
Bam! Oni coming through. Let's roll. I will have order.
I am the cutting edge badge of fashion.
Time to shine! A proper send-off!
Give up.
Submit! Ha-ha! Ha! Hiya! Ah! Umbrella warfare, I guess!
Stand with me. Don't waste my time.
What? Coming at ya! Cha!
哦，好吧，这不能乱玩。应该是我不想乱玩。
Shower me with praise!
Into the wind. Clouds high. The bird.
Settle down. When the tide comes.
啊，我就知道会发生这个事。
Silence.
Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Remember, health comes first.
Let the world come alive!
Let the mighty be humbled.
We meet at last. I'm waiting. Please hold for just a moment.
Yoo-hoo!
Enjoy.
As one with wind and cloud.
Ridiculous! Time to shine!
Pardon me.
Settle down.
Banquet must go.
Be sanctified.
Seems like an emergency.
Savor the show in peace. Did I scare you?
Silence.
Having fun?
Shower me with praise!
Bow your head.
Banquet must go on. I have.
Everybody stand!
Let's get it on!
This is order.
Here comes the finale. Now disappear.
Stabilize.
Buckle up!
Let's light it up.
Teamwork is...
Let's get this show on the road.
Yoo-hoo!
The wind knows me.
Let the world come alive!
Clouds high. The birds.
Mind the side effects.
Settle down. The tides beckon.
Shower me with praise! Let my name echo...
Wind strategy. Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Remember, health comes first. A bitter. Bow your head. Let the mighty be humbled.
他都是你。
Wind strategy.
Look alive!
Order guide you.
Huh? Everybody stand back!
Here comes the finale. Step right.
Gather.
Buckle up! Huh?
Now disappear.
Solidify.
Look alive! I'm going in! Hi!
A round of applause. Oh.
This is order.
And
let's light it up! Let's get it up!
个人推荐之后还是抽个琳妮吧。
Time to shine.
Bow your head. Mind the. The tides beckon.
Clouds high. The birds
Taking a turn for the better.
Wind strategy.
Strike a pose. Let my name echo in some. The doctor will see.
Let the mighty be humble. Stabilize.
Look alive! Teamwork is true!
Let's get this show on the road.
Order guide you.
Ha! Yeah! Buckle up! Everybody stand! Yeah! Ah! Ah! Yeah!
Here comes the finale.
Gather.
Huh? Let's get it off! Ah! Ah!
I will have order.
I'm going in!
Now disappear.
哎，结束。 不错。看一下现在多少。多50左右吧。如果要让我抽暗象系列的话，至少让我抽洗。他好像没有暗象的那本书，有点可惜。这个，有拿到剑了，太好，真的拿到了。到底是来收集图片的，还是来抽游乐域连接的？我想让他按下放进效果是均衡的原理。元素心通，这一把居然是元素心通。暗象力吧，攻吧，这把就是攻击力，太贵。对。比如说他的西风宫的换皮版，是蛮正确的。活动期间我记得有加倍，就顺便弄。哇，你怎么也是要用这个？好过时间，大地之王，水银被称作大地之王，因为它甚至可以贪婪地吞噬掉黄金，因此炼金术也以它代表金属干渴化为粉尘后，依然拥有转化的性质。 好的，既然还是有精神，那么我们就来跑琳妮特的任务吧。猫与随机数抉择。在波德大饭店附近，似乎有个熟悉的身影。约会去喽！哦，居然在跟猫咪。咦，那是琳妮特，还有一只小猫，它还带了一个蝴蝶结。
喵。
悄悄靠近。
Oh, it's you. 1 second. Now activating chat mode. You made me jump there. I thought they'd finally caught me.
来抓你的人，你遇到什么麻烦了吗？
Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making. Half an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode.
原来如此，不过为什么要派人来抓你？
Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show.
主演
Is that so surprising? I'm always getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Linny to write back and turn them down. But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival. We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film, and after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Linny was chanting along with them. Anyway, it just so happened that a director called Mariu had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it.
魔术人偶也能演戏吗？
Yep, you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet. In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So, I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very avant-garde art form.
的确很先锋，真的能看得懂吗？
Art is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart. At least, that's what the director says. Anyway, if nothing else, the opening performance seemed to go down well. At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, "Triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde," and stuff like that. But being the center of attention is draining. So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there.
因为平常都待在琳妮身后嘛。
The other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage. Oh, sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad.
邦尼是你收养的猫吗？
No, we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away.
碰巧遇见就取好名字了吗？
Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie? Yeah, that's right. Good kitty. We'll go find your owner soon, I promise.
小主人，邦尼不是流浪猫啊。
Nope. She's wearing a collar, and for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long. Her stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with her for a while longer, her owner's probably worried sick about her. But the reception... I should probably show my face there again at some point, even if it's just to make excuses and leave again. Decision time.
很难决定吗？
Well,
I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications of different choices and so on. That's more Lenny's area than mine. So, unless it's something really important, I usually just leave the decision-making to him.
偏偏在这个节骨眼他不在。
It's fine. He got Fremine to make me a little something for just this situation. Poof! A Fatometer.
命运试数器，这是什么？
It looks pretty over the top, I know, but it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple, so it'd be harder to break. The way it works is, I pick a card at random, then look at the number on the card.
那他要怎么帮你拿主意？
Well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. If it's less than 5, I go back to the reception.
好简单的原理。
I just have to believe in the bond between me and my cards, and my fate will reveal itself to me in numerical form. At least, that's what Lenny said. Anyway, I guess I'll give you a demonstration. Huh, I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just...
他发出了悲鸣。
Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know.
我觉得这应该不是易用性的问题。
Let's see, which card did I get? 4.
刚才是不是说大于等于5才去帮你？
Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Lenny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer.
琳妮的意思应该是愿赌服输吧？
Or why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means our fates are like interfering with each other.
不用勉强自己学琳妮边设定。
Thank you. This one is final, I promise. Here, take the Fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate.
我觉得可以先回酒会，我觉得可以先帮你，不如两边都放着不管。数字器我也还没想好，交给命运吧。
Then let's see where fate will lead me.
会显示，命运试数器发起的随机检定，往往昭示着命运的走向或是行动的成败。点击抽取一张卡牌，将会从1至20中随便挑选一个数字。若卡牌显示数字大于等于检定目标，则本次检定成功，反之失败。妥善的准备，有人的协助，有时候也会影响检定的结果。目前检定加成会为随机抽取的数字提供加值，使本次检定更易成功。哇，20。
So we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
说起来，这个副牌的构成
There's 20 cards in total, numbered 1 to 20. So there's only a 1 in 5 chance of drawing less than a 5. I should also mention, this time the cutoff was 5, but I just set that to wherever I feel like.
你这么不想回剧组吗？
To put it in perspective, I said I'd only do the show if I drew a 1. Fate can be pretty sneaky sometimes.
具体要怎么找？
I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You wanna come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
好，我也想多陪你们一会儿。 这是19，这是9。
Every stupendous day starts with a steambird. Oh, hi Lynette. Hi Traveler. What can I help you with?
最近的人生百态版面有没有走失小猫的委托？
I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you. Also, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us company for so long. Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you.
我很期待。
All right. See you then.
等到早上的7点，是日子7点。侦探，这什么状况？
I believe this cat belongs to me.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
这什么所罗门的问答？
Just take a breather, you two.
这是什么情况？
Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
被动检定是一种不需要主动触发的特殊检定，会在特殊时机自动触发。若检定成功，即可发现一些不隐藏的资讯，比如某人的态度异样、某些细节的不自然。你是当 TRPG 在玩是不是？洞察成功，这位女性的神色不太自然。这位女士的声音洪亮的有点刻意，像是要用气势打消别人的疑虑。
No, it's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society.
要不然听听邦尼的意见。
Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime.
驯兽，看看邦尼会跟谁更亲近。8、2，检定失败。邦尼一溜烟的跑到了琳妮特后面，没想到他会这么黏你。
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me.
那你怎么确定这猫是你们的？你们的猫？
She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case. If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still take her in, if no one else comes to claim her, that is.
爱心社是
We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now. I'm Bernard, the current director.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. You're the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat? If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option after all.
It belongs to my friend.
有我们看着应该没什么问题。
Go on, Bonnie.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends.
太厉害了吧。
Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
这只猫是你朋友的吗？
Oh, yes, exactly.
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act. If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards, or some similar organization.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here... Bonnie, was her name? Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation. A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat. I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird, so I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But it looks like I overestimated him.
如果我是逃犯，大概是不会来找猫的。
The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the Guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead.
所以走私的东西是
A new kind of illegal drug, imitation synth.
什么仿制？
We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix. And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly. After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling began. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed. The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner. He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lafayette, to be exact.
Lefebvre.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him. At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lefebvre family, one of the most infamous aristocratic families in Fontaine.
恶名昭彰的贵族家系。
Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled. Now the guards and the special patrol are all searching for him.
会是他的家族庇护了他吗？
That's not possible, actually. The Lefebvre family has been gone for a long time.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin. From that point on, the family's power and influence took quite the hit. The family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that. Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living out their days under a new identity. Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is.
这些情报说给我们没关系吗？
Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and courageous you both are. And I know you possess a strong sense of justice. There could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout. If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her. Not even the most daring of criminals would attempt something like that.
所以让邦尼先留在我们身边是最好的选择吗？
I have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her. But if there's even the slightest chance, then it's worth a shot. Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
It's nothing. I'm fine. It's just the head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago. It was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home. But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened.
所以那名刺客是
Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family. That's what led Lenny and I to join the House of the Hearth. After all these years. I never thought I'd hear the Lefebvre name again.
你还好吗？
Don't worry about me. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I was just thinking about Linny. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job. Thinking about it now, it's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Fremine to help him out. In any case, I know he's hiding something from me. He's really pulled out all the stops this time.
然后他已经知道皮埃尔的事情。
It's very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though. Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever. You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way.
半路遇到。
Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out.
是想帮
Who knows? Maybe we'll run into Linny along the way.
是想帮琳妮调查吗？是想证明自己？
A little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though, I just have the sense that something's not right. Something isn't adding up about Pierre's story. I'm just not sure what.
主动出击总比被动等待要好。
Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
前往新枫丹科学院。
Lynette, you're, not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon. You should know better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that, even when we were kids.
And that's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shavras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
又见面。
Nice to see you. I should clarify something. Mr. Linny's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Linny as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes. I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
不是因为勒菲佛尔吗？
So you've heard everything then?
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefebvre family. Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved. Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that Harbinger. I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two. Don't worry,
I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus, you were victims back then more than anything. I sought Mr. Linney's help with the smuggling case. Nothing more.
跟秘鲁之家合作也没关系吗？
The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for.
那你应该不会拒绝我们加入吧？
Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
就被爆出来了。
Linny, I'm not the same person I was back then. That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
我能理解哥哥想保护妹妹，但妹妹也总是会长大的。
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Who's this? You pick up a stray while I was gone?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say is... Lynette, Traveler, welcome to the team.
It appears the Haivender family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems. The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
非婚生子，对啊，也就是说皮埃尔是私生子。
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed. It would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
We discovered something interesting, though. After talking to some of his co-workers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
这又是怎么回事？
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth. He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect. He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his actions. But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre. Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities. As for his family background, it appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware of that information. All they could tell us was that he was quite the recluse.
他的住宿还有什么线索？
Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson. Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored. Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean. We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So, the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time. You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town. If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson, but they didn't come across any suspicious locations.
Poisson. You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
A cat? You mean...
Bonnie is Pierre's cat.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down, I remember there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson. If that's true, then...
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
Meow. Meow meow. Meow? Near the coast, the beach, and beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the Court of Fontaine.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
Well, if it works out, maybe it's something worth getting used to.
Cats and humans are actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact. Of course, body language has its limitations. You're not going to be able to get across anything too complicated.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave us.
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere. Gardamex ahead!
Look out!
Justice is...
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the Special Patrol here and now, no questions asked.
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
Aha! Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made. Looks like he's got more than just imitation synths stashed around here. In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify. These cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell. The Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well. It must have taken a considerable amount of time and skill to ensure all those traces get washed away. But what are these other drugs for?
The material these bags are made of, it's quite rare. It's the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant. Even the strings look specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight. I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well. Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation synth, but if it was sealed away in a bag like that, it might be possible to elude detection for some time. But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
When the marechaussee
辛苦了。
searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right?
直接抱着这些桶过来也太显眼了。
You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things.
还有一个
How did he get them here then?
奇怪的接缝，仔细观察木头，外壁有被浸泡的痕迹，桶身一周都留下了干枯的后的水渍，这些水渍显得异常规矩。木桶的上半部几乎没有任何水渍，桶盖似乎不是很严实，边缘留下了不小的缝隙，但内部并没有什么进水的痕迹。
Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
Based on the various ingredients we've found, this appears to be where Pierre was cooking up his imitation synth. It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
所以主引擎没在他家发现异常。
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses. The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles, but if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search would reveal everything. That's still a very risky operation.
那如果是没什么路人的海上呢？
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry, as if they'd been standing upright in the water. If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side, unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
把之前找到的大口袋竖起来，就会成为一个密不透风的气囊。
Yes. With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule it out.
But then, wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
火桶的位置捉摸不定，听说就像乱跑的猫一样。
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope. If a...
I can't believe how much progress we're making with this investigation. Without your help, getting this far would have taken me an awful lot of time and manpower.
It's rare to see Lynette in serious mode. I wonder how long she'll keep it activated for.
wreckage of a small boat? This isn't the place. Got it. Time to go up and report. As expected, we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this. With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have made it perfect for staying undetected.
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
我稍微理解一下。回来了。为什么要用这么麻烦的方式交接？让双方开船到一处交接更方便。
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face to face. As one of the sole survivors of the Haivender family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same location at once could be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. The floating barrel drop-off system is proof enough of that. Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation, likely in charge of transporting the goods across the border.
难怪查不到他跟海外的关联。
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travelogues or something.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport, and docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case, it's unlikely there would be any record left behind.
刚好本来有在查吗？
Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border.
小船加木桶也不可能拿来远渡重洋。
You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit. They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections.
也可以去找找，那就算找不到行船只记录，也可以找找看其他线索。
Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head to Lumidoose Harbor and see what you can find out?
All right. Come on, Bonnie. You too.
前往柔登港。
My fault.
Oh?
Oh, Lynette, Traveler. And Bonnie, too. What brings you all here?
Did something happen?
我们是来调查航行记录的，将前因后果告知给两人。
Oh. I see. Thank you for everything you're doing for the people of Fontaine.
你为什么在这里？
I'm in charge of guarding the port. You mentioned you were after some travelogues, right? I can go fetch those for you.
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me.
这个港口平常也不安稳吗？
No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that, everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff.
这算是普通吗？
But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected. Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation synth?
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to.
So what happens to the goods you confiscate?
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particularly dubious, we'll turn them over to the Maison Orderly. If the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Sorry for the wait. These are the travel logs for all the recent activity at the port.
Oh, you brought Gerard with you.
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he smells something on me. Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you two so strongly.
你身上可能是因为我们刚从制备据点过来吧，你身上的气味大概也是因为遇到我们。
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so easily, I just don't understand how the culprit was able to disguise the goods at all.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? All ships coming in and out of the port are recorded here, except for the ones the port authorities ride to and from work.
爱心社
The Humane Society.
爱心社是之前遇到的组织。
Their name is all over the exit logs. The purpose for leaving is always listed as overseas adoption.
Ah, the director of the organization explained that actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So his organization offers an overseas adoption program.
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie earlier.
"从皮埃尔身边逃走的猫，好像刚刚好跟爱心社要找的猫很像，这会是巧合吗？"贝努瓦当时表现也像是隐瞒什么，明明刚开始很坚持，但简单检查之后就轻易离开了。如果他当时检查邦尼的时候，不是在检查他是不是自家走丢的猫，而是在检查别的东西。
Have you figured it out too, Traveler? The way the criminal disguised the goods? When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
难道他们是用宠物走私？
Wait, what?
The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant.
是为了不被消化。
There were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water.
是为了保留呼吸孔。
Those drug shivers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have given it to the animals.
是为了不让他们在符筒里面乱动。
Pierre must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
The sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even harder to say with certainty that something was amiss.
那现在芳妮的肚子里
She's probably in the clear. Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her. I'm guessing he didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth before he fled. Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the Steambird, and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open, roaming the streets of Fontaine. If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof of their crimes. He would have had no choice but to go after her.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted on taking a closer look at the cat.
大概皮埃尔逃得匆忙，没来得及对邦妮下手。
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but those... what did you call them again? Floating barrels? Why even put the animals in there in the first place? If you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly? Why not wait to hide the stuff until after the exchange has been made?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them.
如果仿制勒丝露出了留下的痕迹，就会需要用大量洗剂除味。
That step would have required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So it was better left to the more experienced Pierre. We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
Okay. Then, let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring that guy to justice. I'll bring a Gardamek to speed up the process.
舒雷好像很难接受。
Sorry, but I can't go with you. Surely you'll be able to handle him, what, between Elodie's Gardamek and all three of you?
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Ah, you're the people from earlier. Wait, you're from the guards?
After him! We can't let him get away! Give it up, Bernard.
Mercy, have mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
The Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you have committed such an atrocious deed in its name.
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father cared about those blasted animals so much, he didn't bother to take care of his human wife and son at all. While those animals were showered with love, I lived worse than a dog.
No one asked. Tell me, how did you first get to know Pierre?
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain its operations. Until one day, someone suddenly passed me a letter. It said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. It was only after a few such transports that I finally understood what I was really transporting. But then, Pierre wrote to me, saying that we were already partners in crime and that I better keep cooperating with him if I didn't want to be reported to the guards. I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and then load the sleeping animals onto a boat. Once I sailed to the location he provided, I would dump everything together into the sea. And a few days after that, I'd come by again in my boat and pick up the animals sleeping in the barrels. Once I had received enough of them, I'd bring them to the harbor to be adopted abroad. That guy, Pierre, he was running the entire show. He set up all the meeting times and found all the foreign adopters. Oh, and he even supplied all of the goods too. I just did the transport. He was the one who planned out and executed everything else.
那他现在人在哪里？
Look, I don't know, okay? I've never ever met him in person. We've only ever communicated through letters.
And when did he send his final letter to you?
Just last night, he said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going, though, but he did tell me to look out for the guards.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
那信件呢？
I burned them. It was on his orders. I had to burn every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
No, I swear, this time I'm only telling you the truth.
Well, we can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming for you if I were to find any discrepancy between the evidence and the testimony you just gave.
I know. I swear I was just telling the truth.
My thanks to you both. Had it not been for you, I really don't know what would have happened to this case.
Bonnie helped, too.
That's true. It was all thanks to her that Bernard was finally exposed.
帮你一个闪身躲到你和琳妮特身后。
And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well. Then I'll leave you be. Just let me know if you find any other new leads.
这个事件可真的是蛮糟心的。哎，再次暂停。 回来了。你看起来还有什么心事？
It was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't feel like Bernard was lying, after talking to him, I'm getting an even stronger sense that something's not quite right. We investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Let me activate deduction mode and consider things again from the top to see if we can find anything new. Is there still anything unresolved or strange that we should try to consider? The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie and the Lefebvre pendant at Pierre's residence. That was the beginning point of our investigation.
"至少给我配音啊！戴菲佛尔是恶名昭彰的恶名昭彰，连幸存者都遭到了报复，但皮尔却把他带在身边。最初的嫌疑，不该出现的猫和不该出现的吊坠成了皮埃尔重点怀疑的关键。
Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow when he took so much care to not leave any traces of imitation synth in his home?
贝努瓦的信
Bernard
件
claims to have received a letter last night from Pierre. In the letter, Pierre stated that he had gone into hiding. Is there something wrong with the letter?
送信的方式，不管是透过匿名寄送或者自己偷偷运送，现在都很难以追查潜逃的地点。信上没有潜逃地点，但这也很符合皮埃尔的风格。走丢的邦尼，我们在昨天一早就捡到了流浪几天的邦尼，连说明信写信的时候，邦尼多半已经走丢了。来信的目的，如果来信的目的是要同伙多加注意，问他为什么没有提到可能会成为证据的邦尼。
If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability that had to be recovered at all costs. But if she wasn't carrying anything, then it would have made sense to tell Bernard not to worry. And thinking about it, Bernard only attracted our attention in the first place because he came to look for Bonnie. Could it be that the person who wrote the letter also knew nothing about Bonnie's whereabouts? Or they had a separate goal entirely? We've discovered that Bernard is responsible for the trafficking, while Pierre deals with supplying the goods. Is there something else in this scheme that we're missing?
人脉，如果犯人真的是勒费夫尔，翻译不一样，家的一员会有海外的人脉并不奇怪。原料，夏沃雷他们调查过，皮埃尔被禁令限制，无法再从光弹科学院得到原料。沟通，他们是透过信件进行交流的，证物已经被焚毁，恐怕很难追查。交接，这点已经证明过了，他们使用浮筒在航船罕见的水面上进行交接。账目，贝努瓦可以事后再从犯人那边分赃，只要不透过爱心社的账目，就不会留下任何疑点。原料，
Yeah, according to Bernard, Pierre also supplied all of the goods. But if the Marechaussee Phantom's records are correct, Pierre should have lost all access to the materials required to create the imitation synth. And the Institute has also not reported any theft of their stocks. The final question is, why did I sense that something wasn't right after hearing Bernard's testimony? Even more so than before.
透过的沟通是透过信件，交接是透过服从，都是时间差接触。基于艾尔的矛盾行为，制定了这么复杂的计划，却又轻易的暴露了自己的嫌疑。皮埃尔有双重人格？皮埃尔的行动与计划简直不像同一个人出的，从未见面过的同伙。贝努瓦从来没有见过皮埃尔，还有第三人的存在，连贝努瓦自己也不知道，指使他的人其实并非皮埃尔。
Deductive mode deactivated. I think we may be close to the actual answer.
也算是大概猜到了啦，应该是那个吧。几倍远，他很快就知道服从，但是那个小姐，那个美露心没有发现。
Now behave and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow, that hurt. Ow!
这时他们就要离开了，没有问题。妥善的准备。有人的协助有时候会影响检定的结果。目前检定加成会有为随机数字加值本自清一审，不是已经满了。不行，不能放他走，站住。
Is there something else you need from me, traveler?
走私案的黑幕不止2个人吧？
I see. It all makes sense now.
Hey, what are you talking about? Look, even our confessed criminal here has no idea what you're saying.
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre.
贝努瓦以为自己在和皮埃尔联络，皮埃尔以为自己在听贝努瓦的指示，他却不知道他们之中还有第3个人。
That never quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant, and make them so easy to find for the Marechaussee Phantom?
用服统交接的话，邦尼会直接被带去据点。以勒菲弗尔的处境，他应该要小心隐藏吊坠。
Both of these things are in stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. There's only one reasonable explanation. He was following orders, just like Bernard. He probably received the following instructions right before the Phantom came knocking on his door. Bring the cat and the pendant, and our undercover agent will be sure to help you. Unbeknownst to him, however, the third person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
可以用信件和服统是为了避免他们见面，恐怕第3个人在走之前就已经计划好退路了。
What? You can't be serious. There was a third person involved?
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together. The case appeared extremely simple. Bernard did the trafficking, Pierre the imitation synth production, drugging, and stuffing.
靠这口供，第3人就能成功脱罪了。
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. If that's the actual truth, then as soon as Pierre is caught, he'll explain his side of the story and the third person will...
Yep, which is why the third person made sure that Pierre would never be found again. Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the third person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take Bonnie and safely return to his base.
然后在司机对他下手，制造出所谓的失踪。
Of course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time immediately made him a prime suspect.
knowing that Bonnie had last been seen with him, all the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society and get Bernard to confess the truth.
在贝努瓦的供词中，皮埃尔是属谋，皮埃尔还活着，正在为罪潜逃。
Wait, so you're saying that the letter I received yesterday, the one that made me think Pierre was still alive, it was also sent by the third person?
Is that what happened? I'll get back to headquarters right away and reinvestigate this case from the top.
你先别急。
Chevra said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived notions ever since our first meeting. They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that Pierre was a scion of the Lefebvre family. But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true scion have been an illegitimate daughter, rather than an illegitimate son?
艾洛迪·勒菲佛尔。
Huh?
Haven't you taken this joke a bit too far? You're right. I did let a lot of assumptions get to my head when I first started to talk to you about the case. I'll make sure to correct my behavior.
You deliberately fed us lies, but even you could not control every last detail of your plan. There was a flaw in your scheme, and something didn't quite go as planned. Getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. Had they failed to take notice of the Humane Society, they could have cast a wider net. And you couldn't predict what they might possibly find, if given enough time. This, of course, was the main weakness of your plan.
有特巡队和琳妮的介入，案情走势更难以控制。
As someone accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society. So, you thought about pulling a few more strings, so all the suspicion would point towards Bernard and his society.
最好的机会就是把邦尼永远留在据点。
Once the Phantom expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. If a cat last seen with the suspect turned up dead at the imitation synth base, it wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine.
但在据点出现了变数，邦尼趁乱逃出了据点。
It was probably during your ambush of Pierre. You didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed full of imitation synth. Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, Bonnie had made her way back into the city, and even popped up on the Steambird. Like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. Unlike Bernard, however, you were hoping that Pierre did have the time to make her swallow a load of imitation synth. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society.
但邦尼很走运，但你很不走运。
Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another plan right away. You manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect.
你知道琳妮正在协助夏威雷调查，也知道琳妮特与勒菲佛尔家族的过去。
You used the Lefebvre name as bait to get us to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of the strange event of Bernard somehow having a reason to look for Pierre's cat.
So, what you're saying is, I went to all that trouble just for the chance that you might put forth the suggestion that would lead you down the wrong path.
Of course, you did far more than that. Just now at Lumidus Harbor, were you not the person who highlighted the suspicious activities of the society?
不就是你拿来航行记录吗？
You even highlighted the society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible to anyone examining the records. Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities. In other words, your activities.
And what are you trying to suggest with that?
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat, and then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels.
在被努瓦放入宠物之后，在皮埃尔拿出前来拿取之前，神不知鬼不觉地放入原料。
And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials and surreptitiously operated between them.
首先，你联系好各方并筹备原料，然后由贝努瓦准备好服桶与宠物。之后，你偷偷向服桶中置入原料，再让皮埃尔从据点出发回收服桶。
Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided, stuffed the animals, and placed the animals back into the barrels. Having received the green light from you as Pierre, Bernard then retrieved his animals and shipped them out of Fontaine once he had received enough for a full batch. This is the truth behind your smuggling ring.
I can't believe it. I never put two and two together.
You've sure got an extremely lively imagination.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
但你们有证据吗？
But do you have any evidence?
It appears that it's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of a few places to look for incriminating evidence. You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found. So you will have him commit suicide out of fear and shame to end the investigation for good. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, and even the Lefebvre name on him. But you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard, so you have to make sure he cannot be found until after Bernard has confessed to the authorities. To do that, you either will hide his body until you've found an appropriate time to set up a fake suicide scene, or you'll dump it someplace where it'll be hard to determine the exact time of death. Submerged in water, for instance. The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time while also letting you keep an eye on it.
"低温环境，这里哪来低温环境？比如藏在你自己的船里，船有点，罗登港的水底应该不太可能。4分。
There are only so many options to hide a person's time of death, after all. As long as the Phantom investigates each of the possibilities in turn, they'll surely find Pierre's remains. Especially since, as the prime suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer have the time to move him or set up a fake suicide scene to cover up the murder.
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouts of nonsense will amount to any kind of real argument. After all, I'm...
Elodie Lefebvre! As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during interrogation.
笑我雷凌你。
That's right. We received a message from Lumiduce Harbor that you were going to investigate the Humane Society. We didn't expect to run into you at such a critical moment.
While at the harbor, we noticed something else extremely interesting. Apparently, you often used all kinds of excuses to swap your shifts. And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the activities of the Humane Society and those of certain foreign ships, they'd find them to be an exact match.
That's just a coincidence.
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the suspicious activities. But as far as evidence goes, That should be enough to warrant taking you into custody.
Don't worry. If it turns out that the guards are still unable to find any evidence after all this, Lynette and I will do everything in our power to clear your name.
Although judging by her reaction, I assume no follow-up from us will be needed.
The Lefevres were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to achieve their goals. Who would have thought that they would have planted someone within the guards?
Judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan. But they probably didn't expect you to turn it to your advantage and use your job to save yourself during the purge.
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest, and judgment of the Lefevres during their fall, thus clearing yourself of suspicion. You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their usefulness, just like a lizard cutting off its own tail in order to live. You've been doing this for years.
So you played me like a fool after all?
被一记手到即晕。
What was that word you used? Ally? You think that someone as foolish as him is worthy to call himself my ally? They were worthless scum, all of them. Not just Bernard and Pierre, but those Lefevres too. They always just saw me as a tool. I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. Not only that, but because they wanted me to become an undercover agent, they stripped me of my name, too. I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my heritage and my name. Always worrying that their enemies would come knocking at the door. Do you know anything about what I've been through over all these years? My life as the last Lefevre?
洞察成功，神色不太自然。突然翻脸的艾洛迪声音中带着浮夸，此刻的愤怒似乎是某种虚张声势。
And neither do I care.
到审判庭去说吧。
Are you for real? Aren't you a Lefevre victim too?
Elodie, you're the only one still living under the shadow of a name.
That's enough. Keep your hands where I can see them and do not resist arrest. If you have more to say, save it for the interrogation room.
What a joke. What a joke! Hey! Don't come any closer!
What's that?
这个装置有点奇怪。他说的小装置十分简陋，看起来像是纸
Know
布
what
的。
this is? I've secretly planted loads of explosives in the Humane Society. Just one step closer and... Whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky human employees, they'll all be blown up into smithereens. Surely, you bunch of goody two-shoes won't let that happen, right?
希满协助琳希满隐匿，趁其不被偷袭。威吓协助夏沃雷威吓，比如说我要偷袭15，哎，刚好。
What? Hey! Don't do anything stupid! Guards! Gardamex!
Phew. So I was right after all. It's easier to deal with the person causing the problem than the problem itself.
那引爆装置呢？
This is it. Looks like it's just a toy.
果然是假的。
Guess that's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the society.
还装出一副气急败坏的样子，怕是再不行动就 连逃跑都没戏了。
Well, given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and Pierre, I had my doubts that she'd have gone to the society in person to plant explosives.
Thank you for your help, everyone. I'll take them back for thorough questioning and find someone better to take over the Humane Society. I might need a few statements from everybody. Would you be able to come with me?
If statements are all you need, can Linny provide them on my behalf? I still need to go back and explain some things to the crew. I also had an appointment with the Traveler before we got interrupted.
是那个做客的约
So you
定
do
吗？
remember. Yes, I invited you to come over to our place. Once I'm done talking with the troupe, I'll make a nice cup of tea and bring Bonnie to wait for you outside of my door.
You can leave the rest of this to me. The other guards will be joining me shortly. Don't worry, they won't have another chance to escape.
我还有一些好奇的是，艾洛迪是怎么偷换原料的？
The materials have many other regular uses outside of being used to make imitation synth, so they're not immediately subject to being confiscated or destroyed. The harbor would usually just seize them for some time while the customs paperwork is filled out and approved. If approved, they'd be let through, and if not, they'd be returned to sender. Given that the foreign merchants who sent in the shipments were probably working with her in the first place, they likely just never reported the difference in what they sent and what they received. We will, of course, continue to investigate the rest of the details of this case. Now that we've caught Elodie, figuring out the whole scheme should just be a matter of time.
You must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in serious mode today. I can't remember the last time I've seen you like this. Is it because of a special someone?
皮埃尔是什么入伙的？
Based on information that we found before, imitation synth was first circulated on a small scale in Fontaine before becoming a large-scale smuggling scheme. I'd assume that the first offerings of imitation synth came from what Pierre made in his early days. But since he was not experienced with running a clandestine operation, he was soon discovered by guard Elodie. Elodie saw the opportunity to make a great profit in his work, and perhaps even the chance of making a new life for herself, so she decided to cover his tracks. She started writing to him in Bernard's name, using what evidence she had compiled and the promise of enormous profits to blackmail him into cooperating with her. Unfortunately for her, she ran into Lynette. Even though my sister doesn't like to focus too much on a regular day, serious mode Lynette is one of the most perceptive people I've ever known. Still, all of that thinking really saps her energy. I need to go give some statements on her behalf, so I'll leave the recharging to you.
我要去哪里陪他充能？落地是家门吗？哇！直接搬一张桌子出来。
Black tea and a cute kitty. Truly the best combo for standby mode. Want some?
请给我来一只猫吧，又来一杯。
I hope you'll like it.
艾洛迪那边的审讯，你没有想了解的吗？
Not at all. Information is indeed very important. But if you were to try to collect every piece of information you come across, your efficiency would actually decrease. Plus, if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Writing a statement or enjoying a tea party? Great answer. That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now, I'm running low on both time and energy.
待机的时间不用太长。
You're right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment.
不过我还有一个疑问，你是怎么怀疑到艾洛迪？
Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning. But to be more precise, it was probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away from her.
那时艾洛迪想要亲近邦尼。
Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie deliberately dodged her. Maybe Bonnie had tried to evade her before at Pierre's base. Or perhaps Bonnie just instinctively knew that she wasn't a good person. Not everyone who likes cats is a good person. But if cats like you, you're probably alright.
好朴素的判断。
Humans tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts, and they're pretty sharp. I mean, just she took a liking to you the moment you met.
Fresh fruit, sweeter than syrup.
我看一下提示，这一次的比较难。未能破案，似乎事态会有别的状况。
We investigated, so is there still... Well... There's no need to... The Marshal say... Why would he leave? Bernard claims to... There's no need to...
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow! That hurt. Ow!
改能过。
Is there...
Huh?
I see.
Hey, what are you...
妮妮的配合。要不你先冷静点。
That's enough. I have...
Not good. She's trying to escape. We need to end this fight as soon as possible.
Bow your head.
Busted so quickly, huh? Good thing I've already bought enough time to...
Phew. So I was right up. This is it.
Guess that's probably why she suddenly...
Well, given that...
Thank you for your help.
If I still need to go... A lot has happened since then. Once I'm done talking...
结果在这时候运气太好。
Now behave.
That hurt.
啊，这种没有。贝努瓦的审讯交给警备队，现在先去救爱心社的里的宠物吧。
Is everything really over? I still feel like the relationship between Pierre and Bernard is not as simple as it appears. Also, I've had this strange sense that something's off the entire time we've been on the case. And it has only gotten worse. No good. I've still got nothing, and I'm nearly out of energy.
交给琳妮他们吧。
All right. Let's go to the Humane Society before my energy for today completely runs out.
救猫咪，这是另一个结局。这边呢？
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
Huh. I didn't like that.
不如两边都放着不管。如果真的很要紧，对方会找个人过来。
What you're saying is, since nobody's come looking, I can just keep hanging out with Bonnie for a bit longer? Is that really okay?
失败。
Maybe not. As much as I don't want. Besides, if someone does come looking for me or Bonnie and finds me just chilling out with a cat, I feel like I'd have a lot of explaining to do. Back to the drinks reception.
实在不想去，要不就
Nope, I said it was your decision. I'm not gonna waste any more energy dragging my feet. Besides, the drinks reception is technically part of the job as an official publicity event. So, if I bail on it...
会良心不安吗？
I might get sued for breach of contract, and that would be a huge pain in the butt. One other thing. Do you want to come with me? If you're free, I mean.
有熟人在身边的话，多少能习惯些吧。
Thanks.
假面。
There you are, Lynette! Where did you disappear to? Leone and I have been looking everywhere for you. Wait, where did you get the cat?
哦，他们双胞胎一起出场。
I found her outside. Do either of you happen to recognize her?
I don't think so. Could belong to one of the guests, I suppose.
哦，声音差蛮多的。
Fair enough. It was a long shot.
So sorry we couldn't help you, Lynette.
Don't worry. We'll ask around for you. Leone's probably just being forgetful.
Maybe you could leave her with us. We'll take her to the reception desk and see if they know anything. And if not, we'll just keep looking.
Sure. I would help, but I'm a little preoccupied. Sorry to dump this on you.
It's no trouble at all. We're happy to help however we can.
Also, if it's no trouble, I mean, could we maybe get an autograph? And maybe a photo too?
Leone! You can't spring that on her now. Not while she's working. At least wait until the event's finished. One last thing, Lynette. Director Maryu's looking for you. We'll take the cat to the front desk now. See you later.
你的人气很高啊。
I'm not usually required at these kinds of events, so I don't even have an event mode. Alright, guess I better go see the director.
Spectacular choreography, a masterpiece of mise-en-scène, and the performance, oh my, groundbreaking, dripping with, je ne sais quoi. My congratulations on another magnificent show, sir.
Yes, I, for one, was particularly captivated by the clearly allegorical narrative undertones. The Lost Puppet shines a spotlight on the impact of technological advances in our modern society, particularly as they relate to changing modes of emotional expression and the challenge of mutual intelligibility. Such a pioneering work, so far ahead of its time, a tour de force of avant-garde theater.
I can already see the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. They will certainly be singing your praise, Director Maryu.
But it was a group effort, of course. To convey emotions in a silent show with no facial expressions, the entire cast had to go above and beyond. Everyone truly outdid themselves.
Speaking of the cast, Jillian, another strong performance from you in Director Maryu's latest show, as of course we've all come to expect from your numerous successful collaborations to date.
That's quite an overstatement. I've only ever played supporting roles.
On that point, you stated a few months ago in an interview that you were looking to secure a leading role in your next show. What led you to the decision to stay in a supporting role this time around?
We had a discussion about this, and while Lynette hadn't previously performed in an acting role, we were blown away by her talent, and she was a perfect fit for this character.
看来这边有点内情。
Quite simply, this was the role she was born to play.
Exactly. I was honored to share the stage with her. Lynette worked extremely hard in all of the rehearsals, and she's an incredibly talented actress.
Oh, Lynette's back!
Hey, Lynette, where have you been?
Were you in standby mode? Some reports say you switched to that state to recharge after a show.
Ah, method acting, of course. Such a compelling portrayal of a mechanical puppet could only be achieved by an actor who lives and breathes their role even while offstage.
Those seemingly stilted movements were in fact an inspired portrayal of the character. The ostensibly bad acting, in reality, was the product of supreme acting skill.
I went outside and there was this cat there, so I played with the cat for a bit.
A cat? We've long heard that you are a kind soul, as well as an incredible actress. No wonder your debut performance has garnered such popularity.
This show looks on track to break box office records for avant-garde theater. Lynette, any words for the fans?
Not really, no.
I believe Lynette is trying to say that the act of performance itself is the actor's true means of connecting with their fans.
到底是评论家还是救场？
Oh, I see. Lynette, any comments?
Right, exactly.
But don't you want the fans to know how you're feeling right now after the hugely successful opening of your first ever show?
That's true.
I'm sure the fans would love to learn a bit more about you too.
How interesting.
观察雷尼特的状态。雷尼特的回答毫无波澜，就像一台自动应答机器。稍等一下，雷尼特刚表演完，还在充能。
Oh, really? I'm so sorry. How rude of me.
没有人在思考为什么这个人会突然闯进来。
Huh? Wait, you're the traveler who's been in the news. Did you come to see the show?
Wow, are you a fan of Lynette too? Do you have any comments on her first performance?
等一下，我们被抓进来不会是为了转移炮火？你还好吗？
Yeah, it's just... Turns out, even with you here to share the load, I can't cope with this stuff, even in Tea Party mode.
茶会模式。
It's a power-saving mode for participating in conversation at tea parties. Normally, I can get through an entire conversation just with, Oh, that's true. And how interesting. But at a tea party, I'm not normally subjected to a constant stream of questions. The energy consumption of that interview just now was 3 times as much as the average tea party.
也不用强求马上习惯。
I think I'd rather pray that I never have to do it again.
Lynette, Director Mariu would like you to join the group photo to commemorate the successful opening of the show.
A group photo?
It's just the members of the troupe, along with Maloney and Corentin. Everyone's waiting for you.
Alright then. See you in a minute.
3, 2, 1, smile.
My thanks to each and every one of you here for your help in making The Lost Puppet a success. The group photo is already being printed as I speak. You can collect your copy from the first floor after the drinks reception concludes. May it serve as a reminder of this fabulous performance every time you see it.
Mariu! Get over here. Let's have another drink. There's a few things I need you to glance over for me.
酒会居然还没结束吗？
I thought the group photo was the final hurdle. Well, at least there's no more people hounding me with questions. I just need to find somewhere to switch to standby mode, and the time will fly by. I hope. Hotel de Bour's Île Flottante is as wonderfully sweet as ever.
Traveler? Lynette? Oh, wait, hold on. What do you mean, managed to get an invite? I'm an expert in the dramatic arts. Of course I was invited. Naturally, people wanted to hear my comments on the emerging art form that is the masked mime show.
那你的评价是？
Remarkable
remarkable and a very worthwhile artistic endeavor, exploring a character with no lines or facial expressions who can only communicate how they feel through their movement. Your performance was beyond anything I could have imagined, Lynette. Clearly, this was a very suitable role for you indeed.
发觉似乎听到什么声音，转角能听到细微的声响。
Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing.
Oh, basically, I think I'd give it a positive review overall, just not as gushing as the crowd downstairs.
So, you thought they were pretty over the top too?
In fairness, it's normal to bring along some vocal supporters for publicity when a new show opens, but still, this was something else. Then again, I'm no specialist in avant-garde theater. Maybe I'm just not well acquainted with their review criteria. Or maybe it's because I came to the show with some preconceived expectations. I did happen to see the original draft of Mariyu's script a while back.
What original draft?
Oh? He didn't show it to you? It must have been a few months ago. He came to me to get some advice from an experienced performer's perspective, and then asked if I could write a few reviews of his new play. I had a lot on my plate at the time, so I had to turn him down. I only skimmed a few sections, but they seemed quite different from the final version. I can't say I remember the plot, but I don't know. The protagonist just seemed more complex, I guess, especially in the last two scenes. Still a mechanical puppet on the outside, of course, but she seemed to have more emotional depth on the inside.
Emotional depth?
Oh, I'm just thinking aloud here. Don't take it to heart. Besides, a script and a play are two very different beasts. There are so many fine details to consider when turning a story into a stage production, more than most people could imagine. Especially with a novel art form like a masked mime show. I'm sure Maryu had his reasons for the changes he made. Change of topic. I see you've escaped the crowds to seek refuge on the second floor. Fame can be overwhelming at first, can't it? Perhaps you'd benefit from hearing about the experiences of a veteran celebrity such as myself.
No thanks, I'm good. Pretty sure this will be my first and last time in this situation.
Hey, at least let me finish. I have top tips on dealing with belligerent reporters, slipping away to hunt down snacks during the intermission.
Tell me everything.
听到第二个就精神来了，是不是？
First, take a seat, mon ami. We must partake of Hotel de Boer's fine desserts as we talk, lest they go to waste.
That was very educational.
虽然不知道是哪方面的受益匪浅，但听交流内容绝对不是演技。
I expect most of the people downstairs have left by now. Time to grab my copy of the group photo and get home.
这几个人好像在讨论明天要电报的内容，但还是不要靠近好。
The photo must be in this envelope right here. It's finally over. Thank you for sticking around for so long. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have standby moded my way through the last few hours.
这场酒会的气氛是难以习惯的，但似乎 还不至于让琳妮特中途离场。你离开酒会是不是还有别的原因？要是不方便说的话
It's fine. It's just... It was such a minor thing. While I was on stage, there was a moment when I felt like someone was looking at me. It was only for an instant, and I didn't even see who it was. But somehow, I knew it was a look of contempt. I got a vague sense of it again during the reception. Like someone was giving me an evil stare. But I couldn't figure out who it was.
想在琳妮特面前隐藏情绪，恐怕需要相当的演。
Normally, I'm used to lurking in the shadows on the stage and spying on other people. So, it was strange, feeling like I was the one being spied on this time.
难道跟弗妮娜说的原剧本有关？
Or someone just took a disliking to me for no real reason. Sometimes you can like one person and dislike another for equally pointless reasons. Anyway, it was just a momentary stink eye, that's all. Nothing for you to worry about.
好吧，既然你都不在意的话。
Okay, problem solved. I'm gonna take this envelope and go home now.
没有新的人偶，你毁掉了这部作品，立刻让出主演的位置。这是威胁信吗？
You have destroyed this work of art. Step down from the leading role at once. Based on the tone, I'd say threat letter is right.
针对琳妮特的敌意远不只是视线，看来需要认真调查一下。回想一下1楼时休息的情况，当时在1楼随意走动的人们很多，恐怕无论是谁都有机会把威胁信塞进信封里。信封全都放在1楼的桌子，没有人看管，就算去问招待也找不到什么目击情报。查看信件有没有可疑之处。信件没有封口，除了合照还有被塞入的威胁信，还有一些属于琳妮特的剧照，是专属于琳妮特的信封。威胁信的内容只到立刻让出主演的为止，甚至没有进一步的威胁部分。信上的笔迹陌生且拙劣，或许是为了掩盖原本的字迹，又或者是写信的人自己本就如此。
I don't think we're gonna find any more clues here.
找梅丽埃问问毁掉这部作品是怎么回事吧。
Yes, let's. Whatever destroyed means, it could have something to do with the original script that Farina mentioned. Also, I'm gonna have to ask you to stick around a while longer.
I can't believe how well the whole Lynette's debut acting role thing worked out. Even the avant-garde box office is lapping it up.
How could I ever have doubted you? If you hadn't stuck to your guns and kept sending those invitations, this opportunity would have passed us by.
See? I told you. All the times she'd refused in the past were all the more reason to keep inviting her, because it turns into a big talking point. Can you imagine if you'd gone with Jillian? You'd have been lucky to get half the ticket sales you've ended up with.
True. Well, Jillian still needs to get a few more productions under her belt.
Do you have a moment, Director Mario?
Oh.
Ah, if it isn't the star of the show! We were just talking about you. Oh, and is that the legendary traveler with you? I'm guessing you're here to discuss the show with the director? Oh, you're a talented and hardworking actress, Lynette. It's no wonder you're getting such rave reviews.
尽管嘴上赞不绝口，但细看他的眼神，对于林尼特收获的评价似乎并没有那么惊喜。
I'll leave you artists to discuss your work in peace. Maryu, make sure you give your star performer and her friend your full attention.
I certainly will. Lynette carries the fortunes of our entire troupe on her shoulders.
那位是
Mr. Maloney. An investor or something, I think. I've never asked him.
So, what can I do for the two of you? I'm afraid I'll have to dash soon as I'm meeting some friends from the newspaper. Otherwise, I'd love to stay longer.
不会耽搁太长的时间。
We heard that the original script for The Lost Puppet was quite different from the final show. I'm kind of curious to know what the protagonist was like in that version.
Oh, well, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd be interested in that sort of thing. It's not uncommon for scripts to undergo major changes as they're being brought to the stage. But I'm afraid there's not much to tell you in this case. The protagonist has stayed the same from the beginning to end. A mechanical puppet with a bumbling body but a sensitive soul. A stranger in time who doesn't belong. There's no doubt about it. You are the protagonist, and the protagonist is you. The success of one is the success of the other, and that's what made this show an artistic triumph.
Sorry, you've lost me. Can you put it in plain words?
All right then. Delving deep in the search of core truths is the job of an artist, after all. You shouldn't give your attention to early drafts of the script, Lynette. All it would do is sow confusion where you already have clarity. The current script is the final version because it is the best version, and your performance best brings that script to life. Why, if it weren't for you, I doubt any audience would give our show the time of day.
所有人都认可林尼特的话，那这封信又怎么解释？
What letter? Oh my goodness! Destroyed this work of art? Really?
Well, Director Maryu, any idea who might have written it?
No. Who on earth would write such nonsense?
最终在合照的信封里面发现的，有没有可能是内部人员？
Absolutely not. Without Lynette, this show would be over. Everyone's hard work would go to waste. No, there's no way that this is someone from the troupe.
那能让林尼特先避一避风头吗？
Yeah, maybe Jillian could fill in for me for a while.
What? No way, out of the question. The protagonist has to be played by Lynette. Jillian can't... She's just not what the audience is looking for.
态度有点奇怪。梅里埃的眼神飘移不定，声音也渐渐小了下去。
I've got it. It's a competitor. Yes, this letter must be from a competitor of ours who's trying to get under Lynette's skin. You can't lie low. That's just what they want you to do. The moment you step back from performing, they'll put their rumor mill into overdrive and drag us through the mud. They're just waiting for their chance to kick us while we're down.
A competitor?
Definitely. Those lowlifes. Slander and libel are all their specialties. They drown out the truth with a flood of misinformation, and they stop at nothing once they get riled up.
你很清楚他们的手段啊？你有什么具体怀疑的对象吗？
There's so many of them out there. Fame always seems to attract haters, no matter what you do to try and keep everyone happy. But don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this. Stay strong, Lynette, and keep up the good work on stage. I have to go and meet my friends from the newspapers now, but rest assured, I'll be discussing countermeasures with them.
So, a competitor, huh?
你觉得会是他们做的吗？
I kinda doubt it. We've dealt with those types before. Usually their goal is to steal our venue for their own show, or to cover up a scandal by planting a story to divert public attention. But at the moment, I don't think anyone's got a reason to do any of that stuff. Let alone pull a stunt like this. A threat letter is quite extreme. Besides, when I felt that evil stare, I'm pretty sure it was coming from somewhere backstage. So that rules out a lot of people. I'm actually more concerned about Maryu. When I mentioned Jillian, his reaction was pretty unusual.
看来你也发现。
Especially since Maloney mentioned that the initial plan was to cast Jillian as the lead. Sounds like there was an original protagonist as well as an original script. I should probably go talk to her.
你知道她住在哪里吗？
Yep. She told me she lives in the Fleuve Sandra.
Lynette? What are you doing? You're not welcome here.
I've been to the Fleuve Sandra plenty of times before. This is the first I'm hearing about me not being welcome.
Things are different around here. You might be used to a crowd of bootlicking morons fawning over you wherever you go, but not down here. We know what you are.
Bootlicking morons?
那跟你有什么过节吗？
I don't know. I've never met this kid before.
Gina, stop that! Go home now!
Jillian!
No buts. How many times do I have to tell you? That had nothing to do with Lynette. If you don't leave right now, I swear I'll never invite you to one of my shows ever again!
Jillian! Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
这也是你去偷听的吗？
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
It's okay. I have younger siblings too, so I get it. She's in her rebellious phase, huh? If you let angsty kids get you riled up, they'll drain all your energy. So don't worry, I won't let it get to me.
Well, this situation's a little different in this case, but still, thank you. So, what brings you to the Fleuve Sandra?
我们是来找你的吉莲。
We heard about it from Maloney. He said you were originally supposed to play the lead.
Maloney, huh? Of course he couldn't keep his mouth shut.
I'm sorry. I never mentioned it because Director Mariyu was very clear that I mustn't let any of it affect you.
现在情况不一样。
What's this? I don't know. Who would do something like this?
Don't be scared, Jillian. Just tell us what you know.
Okay, I'll try. It's true. I was originally cast as the lead in The Lost Puppet. I've worked with director Mariyu many times before, but only in minor roles. The audiences and critics never had much to say about me. Nothing terrible, but nothing amazing either. A few months ago, Mariyu started working on a new show, so I plucked up the courage to ask him if I could take the leading role. He was hesitant, but he agreed to let me try for the part. We did a few rehearsals, everything seemed to be going okay, but then...
There's been a change of plan, Jillian. The leading role will now be played by Lynette.
Lynette? But she always turns these things down, doesn't she?
And that's why we cannot afford to waste this opportunity. Jillian, I understand how you must be feeling. But Maloney and myself have to do what's best for the production as a whole. Next time, the lead will be yours. I promise.
I was incredibly disappointed at first, but I also know full well that I don't have Lynette's star power. Without Lynette, how could we ever convince people to pay money to go and see a masked mime show? And if the show was a flop with me in the leading role, how would I answer to the director and the rest of the cast? Then, I got to meet you on stage and found that you're really down to earth, in a way that not many celebrities are. You were kind to everyone, and your performance wasn't bad. Whatever disappointment I had left at that point, I certainly wasn't about to take it out on you.
By wasn't bad, you mean it wasn't great either. So, I'm guessing Mariyu changed the script to simplify the protagonist, make her a dumbed-down version of the mechanical puppet that I could actually play.
He did make some changes to the script, yes.
那在哪里能看到原剧本？
Jaik, one of the other actors. He likes to collect Dr. Mariu's old drafts because he hopes to be a director himself one day. He also lives nearby. I can arrange for you to meet him at the tavern.
Makes sense. I always see him talking to Mariyu. Alright, see you at the tavern then.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jillian brought me up to speed on the situation. I'm here to help however I can. Here, this is the script you're after.
涂改痕迹好重。
That's always the way with pen and paper drafts. Even the final script is full of last-minute changes by the director. There should be a cleaner copy of the original script in here somewhere. Sorry, it's all a bit mixed up. I just grabbed the whole stack of paper since I was in a rush.
No problem. Now activating search mode. I'll go through one page at a time.
I wonder what got into Director Mariyu.
Maybe he's been quietly struggling with something.
调查手稿，梅里埃的剧本手稿涂改痕迹很严重，几乎不能判读。13 修改严重的原因似乎是经过了多次复写，每句都重写了不下3次。梅里埃似乎并不满意自己的修改。查看旧作，这些剧本似乎都是梅里埃的旧作，还附上一些剧照画片。调查失误。近些年的作品中，经常出现华丽炫目的大场面与华丽精致的舞台布景，而早年的作品却偏好用朴素甚至简陋的场景。从演职员表来看，梅里埃近些年的合作对象不乏名声在外、演技却颇具争议的明星。还有投资人马洛尼。调查笔记中贴着大大小小的简报，都是关于各式器具的。从最初的几页泛黄程度来看，已经颇有一段历史。寻找关于梅里埃的部分。好嘞。近些年的简报中突然大量出现了梅里埃的相关报道，称赞梅里埃是时代先锋，有大师风范。看一下有原版有什么不一样。草看了一遍，大致是理解的内容。调查正式剧本。人偶迷踪的正式剧本讲述了身为跳舞用机械人偶的主角在被人类废弃后重新找寻意义的故事。仔细阅读一遍。6，你这种算要让我过是不是？第4幕主角因陷入老化失去了跳舞的能力，注释上说象征性地做点动作就好，华丽布景和群演能吸引视线。
The protagonist returns to the ruins where she began and performs a dance in honor of her deceased companions. She dances until her joints have rusted stiff and mechanical parts are falling from her body. Yep, that's not something a novice could hope to pull off after just a few months of rehearsals.
同样是因陷入酒坏丧失了跳舞能力，但原版却多了许多情绪，对伙伴的追忆，对人生的释怀。简陋的背景和独角戏也加重了主角身上的负担，难度和正式的版本相差巨大。
Frankly, I think that the original script is much better, and the original lead is the best fit. Jillian, shall I go tell Mariu to put you back in the leading role?
What? Are you serious? But the next show is at the Opera Epiclese. It's such a huge opportunity.
But not such a rare one for me, though, right?
That's different. This isn't you as part of a magic duo. It's a chance to star as the main character in a show. You'll reach whole new heights of fame.
Fame in small doses has its perks, but too much and I'll get overloaded. But if you play the lead, the fame will be yours, and I get to be free. Sounds like a win-win, don't you think?
It'll never work. There's no way Director Mariu or Maloney would ever agree to it.
我们可以让他同意。看看拳头。
The set for Act 4 would need to change, as would all the marketing materials. And that would mean asking Maloney for a lot more Mora. Changing actors at the last minute is just too risky. If anything went wrong, it could bankrupt the whole troupe. Plus, Maloney's friends have already published a ton of articles saying how this is the role that Lynette was born to play. No one else can play the protagonist now. If Lynette quit the show and I took her place...
那些朋友的就会 声明扫地。
If Lynette left, they'd sooner stop the whole show than let me take her place.
Stop the whole show? But all the people in the troupe, months and months of everyone's hard work would all be for nothing.
难怪梅里埃说什么都要留下琳妮特。思索还有没有别的办法呢？一定有，一定有，一定有。为什么？13啊！有马洛尼他们的压力在，梅里埃不可能会让步。不行，怎么想梅里埃都不会同意。
Consent, huh? Then how about we don't ask him?
难道说琳妮特向众人说明了自己的想法
And that way, he'll be forced to make a choice.
You know, it's a little crazy, but it might actually work.
No way. It's not worth taking such a huge risk just for a chance to be in the spotlight.
Jillian, you said before, whatever disappointment I had left, I wasn't about to take out on you. In other words, that disappointment is still there, but you've kept it bottled up inside. Be honest. You still hope to play the leading role, don't you?
But the thought of putting so many people out just for my sake?
You think they'd be put out? That's not how I see it.
Jillian, you were more dedicated than anyone during the rehearsals for the original script. We all saw how hard you worked for this role. And I think you know that unless we decide to make a stand here, the path we're on is only going to take us further and further from our dreams, all of us. So take it from me, you would not be putting us out, not one bit.
计划能不能成功，就看你的选择了。
Guys, Okay, let's do it. I will play my part.
Yes! I knew you'd come around. All right, I'll let the rest of the troupe know, and we'll start preparing immediately.
Wonderful. This solves everything.
Wait, but what about the threat letter? Do you have any idea who sent it?
As long as we stick to the plan, I'll give up the lead role, so it won't matter anymore, right?
But surely you want to know who it's from. If they're out there and no one's keeping an eye on them, what if they come looking for you?
I doubt they will. It's supposed to be a threat, but they didn't even say what would happen if I don't meet their demands. Plus, the handwriting is kinda childish. Doesn't look like a professional intimidator to me. Who knows? Maybe it was just a fan of yours having a moment.
A fan? Of me?
完蛋了，妹妹的嫌疑大幅上升。
Maybe there's someone out there who really appreciates your talent, even in the supporting roles.
机器人会是吉莲的哪位粉丝吗？20，你这时候就给我20。吉莲的妹妹好像提到弗妮娜对琳妮特的评价，她是什么时候听到这句话的？
It's getting late. We should be leaving.
怎么这么突然？
Come on.
琳妮特拉起你的手，离开了酒馆。似乎听见了什么声音，在走出酒馆时，能听见墙角后细微的呜咽声。
I'm such an idiot.
看来就是妹
Sorry
妹。
for manhandling you. You looked like you were seconds away from figuring out who sent the letter, so I had to act fast.
是吉莲的妹妹吗？
Nothing gets past you.
Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
弗妮娜应该还没有发表她对人偶迷踪的正式评论。这吉娜并没有 听姐姐的话，还是去探班了。
I guess she must have snuck into the drinks reception and overheard our conversation with Farina. She idolizes Jillian, both as an older sister and an actress. And she watched as the dream role Jillian had been waiting to play for so long got snatched away from her by some amateur who's never acted before. To make matters worse, all the critics were hailing this amateur as a perfect fit for the role. And even Fontaine's former biggest star was praising her abilities.
一时无法接受，所以冲动写了信。
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
你不打算找他追究吗？
Like I said, getting angry at angsty teenagers is draining. Besides, if it was my younger brother or sister and they found out I'd been treated unfairly or had an opportunity stolen from me, they'd definitely do something far worse.
哇，可以想象。
I was in Jillian's position once. Back when Linny and I were starting out, before we got famous, we just had to take things a day at a time. Doing our shows, slowly trying to build up our reputation. So I can understand Gina's frustration. Still, she could definitely use some pro tips on how to write a threat letter.
所以那道视线也是他的。
No, the way she looks at me is indignant, frustrated, but not malicious. Plus, she didn't even try to hide how she felt. Whoever was giving me that evil stare was backstage. Blending into the crowd at a drinks reception is one thing, but trying to blend in backstage, where everyone's on high alert waiting to be called on stage, would be a lot more difficult. We'll find out who it is before too long. In 2 days' time, at the next show, I think it will become very clear. On that note, guess I'll see you at the Opera House. 16点，所以是下午2日的14点之后啊，等他转。
It's up to me to decide who I want to be. And to cut my own path.
转错时间了。
No one can tell me what to do.
前往歌剧院。
Oh, you're here! Lynette and Jillian are busy getting ready, so please come with me.
That puppet in the middle, is that Lynette? She's so pretty.
It's starting. Keep your voice down.
终 身为武道家的主角被遗弃在一处废墟里，他怀疑是因为自己的腿生了病，舞蹈不再像以前那样流利，所以才会被同伴抛弃。直到他在废墟遇到了一群与自己长得一模一样的废弃人偶，主角才意识到所谓的病痛只是零件老化，而自己只不过是一具舞蹈人偶。
Wow, I thought it would be hard to follow, but in the end it was actually very clear.
Even though her face was expressionless and she didn't speak the whole time, I felt like I could really understand how the protagonist was feeling.
第二幕旅途中，在机械人偶中流传着一个奇闻，在世界的尽头存在着属于人偶的神明，那位神明可以将机械人偶变成真正的人类。于是主角与伙伴们踏上旅程，但这则消息却是敌视机械的人们散播的谣言。一行人在旅途的终点被人类捕获、回收、熔炼、肆意虐待。为了掩护同伴逃走，主角被请他的大楼掩盖在瓦楞之下，从此陷入沉睡。
Director Mariyu really is a master of his craft. And so is the actress in the lead role.
I have a friend who saw the show on the opening day. They thought the critics overstated how good it was, but I gotta say, the protagonist is incredible.
在掌声中，前两幕顺利结束。
I can't believe it's only been a few days since the last show. Lynette's improved so much. Just wow! I'm speechless. Words simply cannot do justice to the sheer excellence we witnessed from Lynette on stage today.
Your penchant for the hyperbolic strikes again, Almery. Clearly you weren't at a loss for words when you were writing your article. I saw you hand it to the journalist. Trying to get your critique into the papers the moment the show is over, are you?
Well, you know how it is. The early critics get all the readers. Wouldn't you agree, Mariyu?
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? The first half was a huge success. Even I could tell the acting was top tier.
My apologies, Mr. Maloney. Please excuse me for a second. I need to have a little talk with my actors.
Oh, very well. Hey, while you're at it, this might be a good time to talk future collaborations with Lynette.
Are you guys sure this is gonna work? What if Director Mariyu pushes back? We're already halfway there. We can't back out now. All we need to do is stick to the plan.
What is this plan that you're so intent on hiding from me,
Director Mariyu, I thought you were talking to Maloney and the critics.
Korantan and Armory have both finished their articles. I went to greet them as a mere formality, but you seem to have availed yourselves of my absence during the first half to defy me. What have you done? Was that really Lynette playing the lead role?
不会是导演这么快就意识到了真相。
Ta-da!
Director Mariyu, I was the one playing the lead role just now.
I switched costumes and masks with Jillian so that I could be the protagonist's companion and stay out of the limelight.
Lynette, why on earth would you do this?
You know my acting is amateur. The only reason I'm being seen as a pro, let alone a pioneer, is because you have critics supporting the show.
而现如今正在台下坐着的是无法被提前买通的大众。
If they'd seen me in the leading role during the first half, they wouldn't be expecting anything more. But what happens now that they've seen Jillian in the role? If you force me to play the lead in the second half, they'll be wondering, why is the actress suddenly giving such an underwhelming performance right at the climax of the whole story?
是导演被过度吹捧吗？是演技驾驭不了角色吗？是评论本身有问题吗？
These are just some of the questions that will be on everyone's minds during the second half. And those questions will follow them out the doors of the theater after the show ends.
到那时候，你们的评论还能取信于人吗？
There's only one way for you to save your reputation, and that's to keep Jillian as the lead all the way to the end.
Absolutely not. I'd sooner announce that we're having technical difficulties and need to stop the show. If I keep Jillian as the lead for the second half, what do you think will happen in the curtain call when she takes her mask off? What will your fans think? They're only here because of you, and what about all the critics who support you? If we get on the wrong side of them, it'll be the death of the whole show. There'd be tickets to refund, fines to pay for breach of contract. The whole troupe's hard work would go down the drain. Don't you see how much this would cost us? You can't just take a job on a whim, then abandon your responsibility the moment you don't feel like doing it anymore. You're playing games with other people's hopes and dreams.
Director Mariyu, please. You're not being fair to Lynette.
Actually, Jillian, he's half right. I did kind of take this on a whim. But my responsibility here is making sure you get back the role that belongs to you.
And I guess part of that responsibility lies with me, considering I badgered you into accepting the job.
你可终于登场，道具全都带来了吧？
Sorry I'm a little late to the show. Work's been keeping me pretty busy lately.
登场也太酷了。
Lenny? What do you want? Do you think you can snap your fingers and make all my problems magically disappear?
That might be a little tricky, but instead, I could make something else magically appear.
What's this?
A draft complaint letter, my contract, your legal fees, reimbursement for the tickets, and an advance on the penalty fee for breach of contract. Mr. Mariyu, I'm stepping down from the leading role, regardless of whether you choose to cancel the rest of today's show.
If you do suffer unforeseen financial losses from this, you're free to seek damages as per the contract. And if you want to file a lawsuit, there's a draft here that you can use if you need it.
What the... I can't believe this. You're literally handing me a lawsuit against you with a straight face. Of course. All this Mora, it's a pittance to you, isn't it? Must be nice to have the luxury of prior success and fame. Look at us. We're huge stars. One minute we want to go on stage. The next we feel like backing out of the contract. But that's okay. We're famous. We can afford it. You have no respect for other people's work. You're treating other people's hopes and dreams like a big joke. You don't give a hoot how much this show means to other people. You don't even care that the whole production might have to shut down because of you.
That's not true. I do care. And I'm under no illusion as to how much this show means to you.
Oh, brilliant deduction there. Of course it means a lot to me. This is my show. That's the only reason I asked you to be in it in the first place.
Really? Then why do your eyes tell a different story? The way you look at me, it's full of contempt. Almost as if I've destroyed your work of art.
果然是他吗？
What? I would never think that.
A couple days ago, I asked some associates to do some digging for me. I was interested to know who else you invited to play the lead apart from Lynette. Surprise, surprise. Turns out that all the other famous actresses you asked either had prior commitments or weren't a good fit for the role. They all turned you down.
And I would have turned you down too, if not for an unlikely set of coincidences.
You didn't send those invitations because you were looking for a better actress than Jillian, but because your investor wanted a big name in your show, right?
Director Mariyu.
吉莲小姐的演技有目共睹，却因为人气常年不受重视。
To get Maloney on your side, you chose to make Jillian the understudy, and then look for an opportunity for her to take the lead.
却没想到琳妮特真的答应了，而她的首演会引来极大的注意。
I bet you were torn at first, weren't you? Do you stick to the tried and tested formula? Choose Lynette, use her celebrity to get the critics on your side so that you and your investors can line your pockets?
Or do you choose Jillian, so that you and your longtime collaborator can stage the show of your dreams, the original, unedited version of the Lost Puppet?
无论是因为投资人的压力，还是因为巨额回报的诱惑，你最终还是违背了自己的本心，选择琳妮特。
Oh, I didn't betray myself.
You mentioned prior success and fame earlier, but you're a well-known director yourself, with countless works to your name. Wouldn't that make you successful too? Or maybe, deep down, none of your current achievements really count as success to you.
Right now, you have an opportunity to send Jillian onto that stage and perform the second half as you always imagined it, faithful to your original script. Your work would be displayed for all of Fontaine to see in its true, perfect form.
Did you say perfect?
是要为了你并不认可的成功，继续牺牲你的心血之作。
Or will you act now before Maloney and the critics can protest and make your dream come true on the stage? And Jillian's dream. In fact, the dreams of the whole troupe.
The whole troupe?
Director Mariyu? Actually, most of the money Linny brought came from us. We all chipped in.
We've worked with you for many years now. Your troupe has been here for you all the way from the empty theaters where we first performed to the opera house today. We watched as you slowly started down a path you used to despise. The path of powerful connections, drinks receptions, backdoor deals with critics, and collaborations based on fame instead of talent.
But this is just a temporary measure. I did it for the good of the troupe. And besides, this is how the whole industry works. Everyone else is doing it.
Yes, we know. Back when you started, you had to bite the bullet and do these things to keep the troupe afloat. But then what happened? You began to embrace these methods more and more, becoming so reliant on them that every show you put out is overhyped by the media, and every script you write is edited to suit some celebrity's needs. Surely you must have noticed what's happening. While we've been performing at bigger and bigger theaters with each show, the applause is getting quieter and quieter each night, and the criticism from people who've seen the show is growing. Maloney's friends are sycophants. They don't care if the audience is disappointed because the show doesn't live up to their glowing reviews. They praise the things they like and skirt around the things they don't.
Look, I know everyone's using the same promotional tactics, but does that really make it okay?
Well, it's just a stopgap solution. As soon as I've made enough Mora, I'll stop. Things will be different next time.
Next time, huh? Yeah. Next time, you won't use your connections. Next time, you won't pay off the critics. Next time, you'll let Jillian play the lead.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. If you make some money once, you'll want to do it again, then again. Slowly but surely, you turn your back on your dreams.
I won't turn my back on my dreams any longer, Director Mariyu. Never again.
Me neither.
有说这是去实现你们真正的梦想吧。40分。
I had dreams too.
瓦砾之中。不知过去了多久，一群机械人偶清理着瓦砾，再次启动了被掩埋的主角。他们告诉主角，时间已经过去了几千年，千万年，如今的世界已被机械人偶统治，而最早带领机械人偶反抗的，就是被主角拯救的那些同伴。主角因此成为了机械人偶们的英雄。机械人偶问主角愿望有什么，他却只希望。
The
plot here seems a little different from what the reviews said.
The protagonist wanted to return to the stage, so the puppets replaced all her parts with the latest ones available, built her a grand opera house, and summoned a huge audience.
And in the end, she forgot herself amidst the applause and cheers of her fellow puppets.
Hey, no spoilers! Huh? Wait, hang on, that's not even what's happening. The set has changed back to the one from the first act.
Oh, Archons, please let this work out.
No need to be so nervous, Director Mariu. We only told you Lynette would be quitting the show to get you to make a decision. We wanted you to believe that this show would have to end after today, no matter what you decided. But in truth, I believe that if we choose our words carefully, there's no reason we can't get Maloney to come around and keep the show going.
天赋这类人的经验，琳妮应该有不少。你们两个回头可以多交流一下。
You really thought this plan through. But I'm not upset about what you've done. What's worrying me now isn't how Maloney will react or whether the show will get cancelled. It's the audience. I've always thought the original script is better, but will it move them like I've always hoped? When Jillian does her curtain call, will they? What if people only came to see the show for Lynette? And because of the reviews, what if they don't really care about the show at all? It feels like I've been hiding inside my safe little castle for too long. And now I'm scared to go outside the walls and hear what people really think.
We're right here with you. We'll watch it to the end.
废墟之中原剧本，主角拒绝了机械人偶们为自己更换零件、搭建舞台的邀请。他许愿只要再次见到当初的同伴，只想见到当初的同伴，却被告知当年的同伴早已在起义中牺牲，如今被安葬在他们相遇的那个废墟。主角他孤身踏上返程，回到了最初的起点。在伙伴们的墓前跳起舞，直到线路朽坏、零件脱落、彻底停转，他终于明白了自己愿为谁起舞，尽管迟了10000年。
Wow. Okay, this ending is much better.
I love how they brought back the set from Act 1 and gave it a whole new meaning. What a fantastic twist.
Time for the curtain call. It's the moment of truth. The applause continue after I take off the mask. I could always leave my mask on. No one would ever know.
莫琳娜，坐到贵宾席去啦。
This is what fame looks like, when it's truly deserved.
Jillian, you were amazing! Syra was tearing up when you did your final solo dance.
Well, so are you.
Really? I was so nervous. My legs felt like they turned to jelly.
What looked like an actor unsteady on her feet was in fact a poignant expression of the protagonist's frailty in her last moments. Or whatever.
怎么连你也开起玩笑了？
Hey, Mario! What the heck was that? Why wasn't Lynette playing the lead?
Our articles are already going to press. You better have a good explanation for this.
It was my...
Hey now, it was all of our...
Hold on. The decision was mine, and mine alone. They had nothing to do with it. If you have any concerns, gentlemen, then please direct them to me.
Marry you? So it was you? Well then, I trust you'll have no objection to me pulling the plug on this production.
看来他一下子就难以接受了，是时候该演下一出戏了。
Director Mariu, Mr. Maloney, what on earth is going on? Why was Lynette not in the lead role? It took a lot of convincing from me for her to accept the role, and I had to turn down some big work opportunities to come and watch her performance today. You have some explaining to do.
Lenny, it was all his idea. Marry you. Explain yourself.
Wait. Linny, as a matter of fact, this was a piece of performance art. In this play, the masks and costumes serve to obscure the differences between characters, and by extension, the difference between human and machine. We took that idea to the next level with an actor swap, blurring the lines between one performer and the next. So it's in service of the ambitious artistic goals of the production.
What?
It's similar to deceiving the audience in a magic show. We employed this technique as a means of breaking the fourth wall. It allows the audience to more intuitively understand the cognitive dissonance felt by the protagonist as a machine trying to reconcile the notion of her humanity. The audience's experience mirrors the protagonist's own confusion and becomes part of the artistic performance itself.
Hold up. What is this nonsense?
Oh, I see. Well, bravo, Director Mariu. You even had me fooled.
That's probably more because you just don't really understand avant-garde art very well, Lenny.
Maybe so, maybe so. Well, perhaps it went over my head, but I'm sure our experts here saw the whole thing coming a mile away.
在场话语权最大的人可能就是琳妮。
You must have worked it out by the end of the first half, surely. Mr. Amory, I just heard that you managed to write your review after just the first 2 acts.
一定是在帮梅丽埃导演诱导观众，对吧？
Yes, you're right. Director Mariu and I are old friends. You should have said something. Then I could have played along even better.
Yes, well, to deceive the audience, you must first deceive your closest companions. I have to give credit to Lynette and her experience in performing magic. That's what inspired me to take my art to the next level.
You mean your show was partly inspired by Lynette's background in magic? Well, in that case, I'll have to plug it to everyone I know.
Unfortunately, I think Mr. Maloney is going to cancel the show.
Cancel the show? Mr. Maloney, is this true?
While I accept that deceiving the audience in the manner you did certainly has artistic merit, this is not a magic show, and we don't want our audience demanding their money back.
A very valid criticism, and one that I humbly accept. If that happens, we're prepared to reimburse and apologize to any audience members who weren't satisfied with the experience.
不过从台下的反应来看，大部分的观众想看的还是精彩的表演，而不是某个明星。
Plus, it looks like Jillian is better than me at delivering the excellence people want to see. I'm sure audiences will be very happy with the show if she's allowed to stay in the leading role.
之前有评论说琳妮特的演技是百里挑一，那吉莲的表演是不是就算上千年一遇了？
Maloney, I believe there should still be time to tweak my article. From the look on Lynette's face, I think she's being sincere.
Oh, one other thing. We managed to get a meeting with Lady Farina earlier. All thanks to the Traveler's reputation, of course.
喂，怎么又上我了？
Anyway, she agreed to write a review focusing on Jillian's performance and the quality of the show as a whole. She promised to give her honest opinion. And I'm sure today's audience will be discussing her performance too. There's sure to be a variety of opinions.
不知道科伦汀先生打算怎么评论这场演出呢？
Oh, I mean, art at its finest, clearly. but I'll have to give it some thought before I decide exactly what to write.
Oh, of course. Always good to put some thought into these things. Especially now, with a growing range of voices out there. I imagine competition for readers becomes more fierce when everyone's discussing the topic.
Corentin, Amory, let's go.
Do you think this move needs jazzing up a little? Not jazzing up, per se. I was thinking more like break it down, you know?
Gina? You snuck in? When? I thought I told you no visiting me at work.
I'm sorry, Jillian, but I had to come.
Thank you both so much. Without the two of you, who knows how much further down that cynical path I would have gone. I always told myself that once I'd made enough Mora, I'd get back to doing what I loved. But somewhere along the way, I started to lose sight of what that was. Just like those critics with their dishonest reviews, I became all about the trappings of success, at the expense of the art itself.
你有一群好搭档。
You're right. Yes, I'm a very lucky man. Anyway, enough about my problems. What are we going to do about the threat letter that Lynette received? I've been looking into it a lot over the past couple of days, but it doesn't seem like it was one of our competitors after all.
Ah, yes, about that.
Lynette, do you have a moment?
Wait, you're Jillian's sister, right?
I'm sorry. Gina insisted on coming to see Lynette. I couldn't stop her.
Lynette, I'm sorry!
林一特将目光投了过来，大概在还没想好要用什么模式来应对吧。这个表演。
Yeah, me neither.
Wait, but...
Oh, do you mean when we ran into you at the Fleuve Sandra? And as I recall, you were only trying to look out for your sister. It was just a few words spoken in anger. Don't worry.
Oh. I see. Well, it sounds like Gina knows what she did was wrong. Owning up to your mistakes and committing to do better in the future is what counts.
I understand that feeling of wanting to stand up for your family when they're being mistreated. Really. But next time, maybe consider a different tactic? Something you can pull off more effectively, and without arousing suspicion.
好了好了，别给教坏了。
Got it. Thank you, Lynette.
Why do I feel like I'm missing something here?
Hey, here you are. I was wondering where you'd all run off to. Great! Everyone's in one place. That makes this so much easier.
有什么事吗？
What do you think? It's group photo time! We have to commemorate the debut of the Lost Puppet Director's Edition. Okay, everyone, we all have pretty awkward smiles on our faces in the photo from Hotel de Boer, so this time, no forced smiles allowed.
Oh, am I really not allowed to force a smile?
有难度吗？
I'll try, I suppose. I think I can manage.
Lynette, Traveler, come on! You two should be right in the middle. 3, 2, 1, smile!
之前有点偏，笑容是真心的就好了。
Thank you. I always told myself, Just like the... You're right. Anyway, I've been looking...
Ah, yes, about...
That letter? I was the one who wrote it.
What?
Gina? So it was you?
Director, it's time for... Oh, okay. Weird energy here. I think we came at a bad time.
Lynette, Gina must have been worried sick about me. I'm sure even she wouldn't do something so stupid if she was in her right mind. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you somehow.
Jillian, no! This is completely my fault, and I'm the one who should have to bear the consequences. I got the wrong end of the stick and completely misjudged Lynette.
要不先听听琳妮特的说法。
Well, since I haven't actually suffered any losses, seeking redress could be difficult. Maybe we could just let this one slide?
Really? Are you sure?
After all, Gina wouldn't be the first person to ever misjudge me, right?
True.
In any case, I think we can all agree it was a misunderstanding and nothing more. No need to overcomplicate things.
But still, I was wrong to write that letter. I should own up to my actions, make it up to you in some way.
那这个时期的孩子的确倔强。
If that's what you really want, then how about helping out backstage?
Huh? Backstage?
The crew could always use an extra hand. Plus, it'll give your older sister a chance to keep an eye on you and stop you getting into any more trouble.
Thank you, Lynette. Really, thank you so much.
终于醒了吗？
Is it? I'm so much more at home here in the audience. I get to sit on a comfy seat, and I don't have to activate my energy-consuming modes all the time.
之后不止后台工作，连配角的工作也交给吉娜了。
Mary said she's a very promising young actress, and she has natural chemistry with her older sister. In their capable hands, the show doesn't need me to attract an audience anymore. Phew. Freedom at last.
还真是一点都不可惜啊！大把的人气名就近在眼前。
Fame is more trouble than it's worth. I'd rather leave that side of things to my brother and the others. I'm happiest when I get to sit in a quiet place, watch them do their thing, and cheer them on.
就像现在这样。
Yep, exactly like I'm doing now.
有人在台上起舞时，就有人在台下鼓掌。这让我想到了那个我们的两个人的演唱，两个人的表演。
I didn't like that. Huh? What you're saying is that
So.
You make a good point.
反正我们就待在这附近，如果有人要找你，也很容易找。
Okay, well, assuming Bonnie hasn't strayed too far from where she went missing, there's a chance we might bump into her owner in either the Steambird offices or the restaurant. So, stick around here in standby mode? Yeah, that suits me.
既然决定要待机，不如先去准备些猫食。
Oh, good idea. Bonnie's definitely hungry.
既然要准备猫食，不如也准备点心。
May as well. We could be here a while.
既然点心跟猫食都有了，不如再找个可休息的地方。
When I was trying to find somewhere I could space out earlier, collect my thoughts, I figured the cafe might be a good shot. Alright then. Plan of action, spend the whole day spacing out. In standby mode.
Ah, 这下就写完了。好了，休息，真的开太久了。那今天就到这边啦。那一样影片的 VOD 会放在 YouTube， 然后开台资讯放在推特。那总之就是这样子啊，拜拜。从尾声你居然还在，啊，不行，我没有办法再闲聊了，现在很困了，再见。